Welcome, champions. How is everyone doing? Hello. Oh. Howdy, Rakaris, Caius, Parada, Kubele, Rakaris. How's everyone doing? If you can't tell, I am still a little sick, so you might hear some gross noises, some coughs. Didn't recover yet, unfortunately. How you doing, Lazy Cat? Still sick. But my head's a little clearer. Maybe I'll be able to think a little more than last time. Did I say your name twice? How you doing, Autius? Autius. How you doing? Of course, before she hides, we must show Cat. There she is. Yeah. She chilling. Had to skip seat 11 due to some last-minute arguments, but you watch the VOD and you gotta say you agree with everything you say at all times. Shut up, Parada. You did my thinking for me. Glad Dirge ended up where he was. I think he does deserve that S, even if he's the very bottom of it. Let's get something else in the background. But Borderlands 3 had a lot of issues, but that song for a boss encounter cracked me up. That's what the intro was. Also, okay, this is completely off topic, but I saw a tweet, I think it was from Ryan Reynolds, who was saying there's going to be a quote-unquote cameo from, what's his name, Rob McElhenney, from the Mac from It's Always Sunny. And that got me thinking, that's not a cameo. That you're just hiring an actor to play a role. Like, it would be a cameo if he was Mac from It's Always Sunny. That would be a cameo. But like, just hiring your friend, you're just hiring an actor at that point. Would you call that a cameo? I wouldn't. But maybe I'm just ill-informed. For Deadpool 3, by the way, if I didn't say that. Cameo is a tiny role basically to get people to go, oh, I recognize that person. Like, I guess? But again, to me, I don't know, that just, okay, they hired an actor. Like, a cameo would be if a different character showed up. But yeah, I don't know. Like, and it would be funny if it was just Mac from It's Always Sunny. But I think they confirmed it's not, so. Yeah, I guess. Would you call Rob McElhenney, like, he's not like an A-lister. How you doing, El Jefe? Brancliff? Rob appeared in Game of Thrones Just Getting Shot. You'd call that a cameo? I guess so. It just always seems funny to me. I got hired for a role. It's a cameo. Okay. Now we need Danny DeVito in Deadpool. That would be pretty funny. He should have been one of the heroes that got murked into, that joined the crew. That would have been funny. He's kind of being made A-list by Ryan Reynolds and the whole Wrexham thing. I don't know too much about it, but I know they're partners in some sports team. I guess he is getting more spotlight these days. Let's see here. Go soccer or football? Yeah. Football is definitely something different in the US versus other places. Football. Let's see. So obviously today we've got seat 12. We've gone through 1 through 11. I don't know if you can hear my cat, but she's just hollering. She hates... I'm sorry, I hit the mic with my arm. She hates it I'm talking. She hates it. She's just staring at me. Hollering. Yeah. Gotta stop moving my camera. You'll try to translate soccer to American. They bought a minor league soccer team, and the British Soccer League have a promotion-demotion system, so their team has been steadily working its way toward the major leagues. Got it? She's being part of the conversations like most cats, yeah. She is a talker. Always has been since a little thing. Yeah, I was hoping we would have the egg emote approved by now. Oh, it is muted already, good. Go to dashboard. Let's see. I think it's still in approval limbo. Let's see. Yeah, still in approval limbo. I guess I could just show a little shot of it, of what you're going to expect from egg. It's very unflattering, but it's funny to me. Oh, the edges did actually get messed up. I didn't notice that when I exported it. But whatever, that'll just add charm, right? No habla the king's English. It's like they started out A-level baseball, and they've gotten to AAA by now. Not quite the majors, but close. Kane's thighs get approved immediately. They didn't get... they required, I think, about 2 days. So far, Kane's thighs and egg are the most... Because they approved a few of them, like, instantly, which was weird. Yeah, so this... We'll just go to the availability. Or, oh wait, no, that's right, I'm an idiot. Let's go here. There you go. That will be the egg emote, which is just my bald head, top and bottom. Little sneak peek there. Anyway, so yes, C12. That's a face, it's fine, instead of, I don't know what I'm looking at. Apologies, still sick, gonna be hacking a bit. Made it in time, how you doing, Zadraxis? Yep, we haven't even started yet. What? Don't hide. Just sleep on your little bed. That's all you gotta do. You don't need to hide. There you go. She's being brave today, look at her. Going on her bed instead of hiding under my bed. Good girl. So no Eggbird egg yet. We'll see, but no. How you doing, Shashakens? Still rocking the Diablo 4 season? Oh, man. Oh, let's see if I can keep my head clear today a bit. She's looking wistfully at a bird or something and thinking, I wish I could be out there murdering. Eggbird did nothing wrong. Did we ever say he did? Hell yeah. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub open. Welcome. I believe I just replied to you on a YouTube comment. I appreciate the sub. It's gonna be a rough one. At least my head is a little more clear, but my throat is not doing great. C12. This might be interesting. Might be simple, we'll see. I doubt it'll be simple. Nothing ever is. And Azaka's an interesting one. Well, yeah. I guess we should go over Arkhan before her, though. You haven't been able to stop in, been quite busy? Oh, never feel sorry that, you know, real life obviously takes precedence. Never have to be sorry about that. Okay, well, seat 12. Core champion, Arkhan. Evil boy. DPS and tanking champion. This is a hot take. You're not really a fan of Azaka farming? I mean, I don't think a lot of people necessarily like it, and it's harder to do these days, so a lot of people are transitioning into, what everyone's calling it dirty gold farming, right? So, she is being phased out a little bit. I do still think Azaka farming is peak, but it is harder to set up. But yeah, Arkhan, one of the many DPS only champions, of the core champions being, you know, I mean, Jarlaxle is also gold, but Jarlaxle, Ashara, Jamila, Delena, and Arkhan. Some of them have more use beyond just DPS, but you never use Arkhan, yeah. He does have potential for decent scaling. Thanks for stopping by and watching from the bench. He can be a good early champion, and he's not bad. I mean, he does scale up positionals. He was quite good for you early on, yeah. Early, he can be pretty good. It's such an odd phrase for it. You'd call it, I don't know, bud spike gold farming or inline gold farming, even standard gold farming. Yeah, I actually hadn't heard the term dirty until 11's stream last Thursday, and it just seemed a little strange to me too. I would have called it bud, because you rely entirely on bud at that point. How you doing, Kratos? Welcome in. Liam Ballin? I feel like I've mispronounced that before. But how you doing? I'll just call you Liam. Hit it in Seat 4 stream? I mean, we might have mentioned it in Seat 4, but we went into it in detail with Rust on 11. Is kind of what I'm talking about. But yeah, so Arkhan. Because when you were arguing Jarlaxle, he was used in every gold farm, Azaka, Dirty, and every other option, yeah. Yeah, but we didn't go, like, in-depth with Dirty until Rust. The beginning of your accounts, Arkhan was the only good tank out of the core champions, but once you got better tanks, he was completely replaced. That's kind of the thing. Being a DPS and a tank, he kind of has more utility over some of the other core DPS, and that he can also just be your tank, on top of being your DPS, and he actually scales his damage as he's attacked. Well, okay, did I say the only... I meant as a DPS. If I was saying he's the only good tank, period. That's not what I meant. I'll have some slip-ups because I'm cold, but yeah. If for those who didn't notice, we do have new seat organizing here in a pre-little update to what will be the search, which is not out yet. But you'll see that the seats look quite different when we're choosing champions now. 4 steps. First, set bud, pop in speed team for third, set bud, lastly pop gold team. Arkhan, he's got some shenanigan options. He's no jammy, he's not like great or anything. Thinks you hate it. Yeah, I do think they should have still shown the gear. Absolutely. That is strange to me. Solely for his ultimate, you liked how it looked. How you doing, Sinister? I don't think Arkhan is bad, though. We'll go into his kit. So, first of all, we'll actually start with his specializations. I already can't find him. Hello. Let me see them pot emotes. So, his DPS revolves around bulk up or usurped power. All positional formation abilities received by Arkhan are buffed by an amount if Arkhan is in the front column, or Arkhan receives those buffs at the same rate, increasing the positionals received from adjacent champions, but he cannot then be affected by it. So generally, a lot of times you'll take usurp. Not always, but generally it's usurp, and then you need to make sure he's adjacent to someone receiving a buff that he is not otherwise receiving, and then he will buff it up. Any champion that scales positionals will be decent. Now, is his going to be crazy high? No, but as a core champion that can tank, as a DPS, he is the first introduction to scaling positional mechanics. It is harder to make him tank, when he's usurping. But, so yeah, you would, let's see. Let's just, I have you on 3, don't I? Oh, I need her out, right. I guess we'll re-specialize. It doesn't matter. I'll just choose someone else. We'll go with Imoen, sure. So Imoen is normally adjacent. You would need her not adjacent, and instead adjacent to someone who is then adjacent to Arkhan for him to receive it. We'll just use this as a quick example. So, Song of Battle by Birdsong is being usurped. Optimism by Imoen is being usurped. And the Fury of Avernus, the way we've set it up, so he is one. Everything is coming on Torrogar, and not Arkhan, and Arkhan is observing from, not observing, but usurping from Torrogar. Just to let you know where you're coming from, you play the game mostly idly, with most of the time relying on automation for your runs. Yeah. Ow. Reminds you need to get your tablet because you need to use free time gates for this weekend. Multiple accounts. I do have one account I run in the background, but I am not diligent with it. I've missed so many champions. Anyway, so yeah, I guess we'll also get out Cruel to highlight the problem with their affiliation, because that'll come up in a second. So, you'll also note Arkhan is a part of the affiliation, both Force Grey and the Dark Order. Force Grey is iffy in that it doesn't really matter that they're an affiliation. I can't think of a single one of them that interacts with the Force Grey affiliation in any way. That's one that definitely needs something. I don't know. But it's core champions Arkhan, Calliope, Hitch, Jamila, Tyrell, which don't even go together because Jamila and Arkhan are both DPS only, so you're never going to use that affiliation together. But he's also a part of Dark Order, meaning Arkhan, Kroll, and Torrogar. Problem being, again, with... oh, does it only show... It doesn't show Usurp there. Because of Usurp, Arkhan wants positionals. Kroll and Torrogar, two of his affiliation, while they have synergy with Arkhan, they do not offer positionals for him to scale, which is his kit. And it's very confusing. Very confusing. You have multiple accounts so that eventually you can run trials solo. True. I don't know if I'd want to work on 6 full different accounts at that at that level personally, though. But yeah, Arkhan also has Rage of the Dragonborn. When 6+ enemies are attacking Arkhan, his base attack gains a small cleave and does 5 times damage. When 16+ enemies are attacking, his base attack is a massive flame breath that does 25 times damage. Counts each enemy or enraged stack as an additional attacker. Or each enraged stack, rather. So even if he's not tanking, if you're reaching enrage on a boss, or for some reason can survive being hit by 100 enemies at your wall and start building enrage, he'll still build this up. Would that still be more work than just coordinating with other players? I mean, unless you have them all running smooth, but you don't get it. They're all so good they don't need to synergize together. That's the thing. I mean, technically, Kroll and Torrogar are both good and still decent for Arkhan, but considering he does revolve around positionals, it's just weird. Discord for the win. Arkhan seems like he fits with Stokey. Are you meaning like ranking-wise, or? Because they don't necessarily go together in a formation, if that's what you mean. As Stokey does not offer a... Yeah, hers isn't positional, right? Now, oh man, no, me being sick is now confusing me. She's not positional, right? Yeah, it's just based on mark of key. I guess there is an adjacency here, but that's not... Oh, with needing lots of enemies, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You want to call him below Tyrell and above Naeli? Yeah, we'll wrap him up a bit, but he is still a tank. with health share, but he does not have a health item, so he's not the greatest standalone tank. I thought he did have a health item for some reason. Oh, that's right, it's gold found. That's so weird. This should turn into health for him, to be perfectly honest. I get that he's an early champion, and they want to throw you some gold find, but... we all know you value tankiness, yeah. It's pretty easy early to see boss scaling over 150 in rage, which is basic Tyral Celeste being your wall. Weaken the game, happen 50. Yeah, yeah, and then the Dark Order synergy. Arkhan will attack faster for Dark Order champions other than him slotted. That's why it's a 2. We have Krul and Torgar out. But, yeah, he's kind of weird. He's not bad, though. Scaling positionals is a good thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to be making gross noises today. Yeah, let's look at his availability, though. My ears just popped. Okay, so we are talking about an evil champion, so he is available for Mert. We just looked through briefly. He does have a dexterity feat, but that's it. So yeah, as far as availability goes, he won't rely on that for the base stuff, but if there's a 15 dex restriction, or something is scaling up 15 dex, you know. But he will be available for Vajra, not Strahd with his low int. Will be available for Zariel, with that massive strength and charisma both, really. But as a core champion, he will not be available for Elminster. Excuse me, sorry. But he will be available for every Day 1 trials, naturally. So he's locked out of Strahd and Elminster. Not too bad, all things considered. And again, we always value a DPS that is 6 of 6 Day 1 trials. Shandy needs 15 dex. Yeah, that's one thing it can synergize with. Happy Saturday. How you doing, Zycrin? Happy Saturday to you. How you doing, Void? Dark Order synergy feels the worst synergy mechanic you can think of. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's a little clunky. Strange. So, he still does scale positionals. As a core tank. Not the greatest tank, as he doesn't scale his health via an item. I really do feel like they should... Sorry, my cat was starting to sneeze. I didn't know what that sound was. She's getting a cold too. Let's see. We previously had Arkhan, I believe in the low B. Yeah. In the B-. Next to Stokie. Funnily enough. You're about to type Zorbu needs 15 dex too before his feet. Yeah, except, you know, they share a seat, but yeah. You decided to share here. Saturday's stupid anyway. Hey, so I literally, when we were talking about the 15 dex, I was like, Zorbu, and then I was like, no, don't say it, because I did the same thing. So yeah, he's probably going to take a bit of a hit. But I don't think he's like... You know, he's like other DPS in that it's hard to recommend a DPS over other DPS, but he's a core champion, will always have gear. Let's see. Oh, I haven't. Oops. I didn't do all my prep. B- seems way too high. He'll be dropping. I think at the time, he was still... Like, he's not a bad DPS. Scaling positionals is good. He's not going to get to quite the heights of others, but he's still good. Oh, you. Gotta reply to someone real quick. So yeah, let's hop over to the current tier list. We got C12 in the waiting room. Last stream, people were talking about how Avern doesn't synergize with Dirge. Did we talk about that? I probably stupidly said that if it was me being sick. He runs into really hard diminishing returns, effectively double out level, base 1 effect. It's not pre-stack, 200k is pretty much same as 50k or 10k. Done already. Avern doesn't synergize with Dirge. It's true. People in chat, oh, okay. I wouldn't have put it past me, given how I was feeling, and still feeling. Let's see. Put him below Nayeli as she gets more use in the early game accounts. I think they kind of almost go hand in hand. And since you bring up Nayeli, we can't go a stream without me saying she would be better if her feet worked properly. But no, I do see him being in the C-, more than likely. I mean, I could see him just above. Thank you for the follow, Blackula. How you doing? Arkhan just doesn't really see play. I mean, it's almost a guarantee you'll transition out of him. Thanks for the follow, Atius. If I'm saying that right, I hope so. How you both doing? But yeah, in the early game, I think he's an okay DPS, and he can scale even into the mid game decently. Super end game, no, but yeah, I was kind of thinking at the end of all these core champions is where I was initially thinking. And that's true. We could go over some of his late game potential in that, you know, you will use him if you're buffing up Orkira's elemental fire. You'll use his usurp to be observed from Artemis, or some Artemis users will use the likes of Black Viper and Arkhan to scale up positionals that Artemis will then observe from. He does have utility beyond what he is, but yeah. I don't think that's a terrible spot for him. I don't think he's the worst DPS. Like, I literally do think he's better than a lot of DPS in the game, but a lot of DPS are in the F tier, so, you know. Jamila Rosie Ishi Binwin down there. But he is, as you often say about pseudo-tanks, not a tank, so he's basically just a DPS. Yeah, he does at least have mechanics that scale. Like, again, better suited as an off-tank, but I really do feel like that gold gear should be health for him. So weird that it's gold, as a non-gold champion. Which makes him better to evaluate compared to Prudence and BV. Yeah. Valentine breaks Usurp. I think... Actually, I don't remember. Does it... Yeah, because it'll auto-apply it to him. And I think that happens before Usurp, right? I mean, I guess we could test it. So yeah, Valentine might actually... She might break it. I don't recall. It's still claiming Usurp. With Val, you have to use bulk up? Then why is Song of Battle considered usurped still? You think usurp happens before Socialite? About the same time as Observe in theory? Yeah, in this scenario, it looks like it's still... Song of Battle is still being usurped. She's not giving it to him before the usurp, it looks like. So... I don't think that's true. Or I'm just missing something. So essentially, if that is true, you would just want to throw everything on Valentine and have him adjacent to Valentine. It is being applied at E8, and I don't think he alone would be increasing it that much. Let's see. You know, E4, he's still getting Socialite. He's getting Socialite and Usurp. DPS that works with Valentine, instant S tier. So yeah, and by all accounts, it looks like it's counting Usurp and Socialite. So. Using Arkhan right now and Bully for you to take care of... To take one for the team? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think we're ranking DPS exclusively based on whether they are viable with Valentine. I was just gonna say, guys, yeah, and Prudence technically, but yeah, yep, those are the only two. Yeah, so it appears as though it's being usurped and socialized. So I think you're fine. Just throw everything. Well, I guess one way. Let's see. What am I looking for here? Am I blind? Interesting. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wow. Don't ask what that was. I was looking at what my base socialite was, and I was looking on a non-DPS champion. Yeah. No, it's definitely at an accelerated higher rate than a just Valentine. So yeah. Jamila is at 11. Valentine can buffer. Oh, we gotta move Jamila up. You'd slip him a little above the other two in C- simply because he has some utility down the road and will benefit in that role from the Evergreen getting power stacked from golds by the time you want to utilize him in a very specific role. Plus tank, plus early mid DPS, he outclasses Naeli at minimum. Let's take a look back at that tier list. You don't use Valentine with Tatiana. Is he a better DPS than Prudence? I think so. Scaling positionals has more value than Prudence, I think. Oh, without, I see. Yeah, Black Viper does scale positionals at a higher base rate than Arkhan, I believe. But she is more restrictive in what positionals she can reach. I think he's right in this range, though. He'll build your meta team around Arkhan. At least he's everyday one trials. He is locked out of some of them patrons, though. Which is why I'll always recommend Dirge these days. Look at him at the top, just sneak it in there. I think we'll leave him there for now, but he might get shuffled a couple spots one way or the other. I think he is C-, though. Pretty close to other cores. Boop, boop, boop. Let's move on to the Evergreen, which is going to be a strange one. The non-core Evergreen. The pairing is good together. You never dream of using them separate. I definitely don't use Tatiana that often unless I'm like spawning more mobs. G tier. And that's the problem is the highest rated core is Jarlaxle. That or I don't remember. Let's see. Yeah, no, Ashara got higher because of her support utility and her potential pretty good DPS scaling. You think he might be too low at C-? You missed Farida for evaluating him, and he's probably better than Farida. You don't see Ashara, she's B- right here. Feel like he isn't far away from BV. She definitely has better scaling, but is more restrictive. But he is core, decent availability. With Farida, yeah, because Farida relies on Mehen for some of her availability. And they did just get phased out of Elminster. But you can't, not like you can use Arkhan in Elminster, but... Do I see Arkhan in C+? Syndrarex, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Or, Syndarex. My bad. I was thinking Syndra from League of Legends. He's better than anyone in D tier, but C+ is kicking his butt. Loving your tier list so far, thank you. I appreciate that. Spending an hour on the C- ranked core champion, good Star Force. Shut up, guys. Happy to finally join and watch. Or just watch the VODs before. I'm glad to have you here. Makos gets more use, so you can't see him above Makos. Makos can have more use, but his buffing is just not good. Even though everyone hates Shaka, if you can use Makos for tiefling purposes, you're probably using Shaka in that seat anyway, or should be. I guess positional, though. Every now and then you'll need that positional for Makos where Shaka doesn't. In the last seat, we need this one to last 10 hours. Well, we'll probably do an entire dedicated stream next Tuesday where we will look at this list and fight over placements. So we'll do our fine-tuning on Tuesday. So we'll see how that goes. Nikos gets extra credit for trials too. I think Shaka's availability is like exactly on par with Makos, isn't it? I could be misremembering though. You just heard you have to take Tuesday afternoon off. The tanking is pretty irrelevant, no health item. Is he better pure DPS than Farida? That's the thing, Farida's personal scaling really isn't that good. I mean, what did we get? It was like an E10 with all tieflings. And then like a, like an E4 from her Retaliate. A brawl on Tuesday. Makos is great for patron chores. Making sure the only DPS... Well, that's true. Makos had this... Like, I don't know if that should affect his ranking, and I don't think we let it, but the fact Makos is going to be insta-locked on all trials. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, Sessex. How you doing? Thank you. I appreciate that. Guys, I'm gonna slap you, bro. Oh, man. Now the Makos tangent begins. Poor were-tigers. Well, let's leave him there for now. We'll keep it in the back of our head. We should at least move on. He might climb to C+. We'll see. I'll try to keep that in the back of my head, and we'll re-go over it at the end, and of course on Tuesday. Azaka. I mean, we'll just go straight into previously S tier, not because of necessarily how good of a buffer she is or anything, but the ideal way to farm gold is based exclusively around her. She's the only way you can achieve it. That being said, that's become much more difficult to do, and people are phasing out of using her. Is it still the best way to farm gold? Yes, but it is arguable if it's worth setting up anymore. But we'll go over her kit. We'll wait on specializations. She goes between being human form and going were-tiger form. As were-tiger after a certain amount of attacks that is affected by her specialization, I believe. She changes into a were-tiger for a shorter amount of time, increasing her damage, as she is a DPS. She is also gold find, with Guiding Hand, increases all gold found. This ability is reduced while in were-tiger. So if you're using her exclusively for gold find, you'll take the specialization that keeps her out of were-tiger as much as possible. You'll think her golden epic in the current shop is worth it. Probably not. Was it for Guiding Hand? I actually even forget. Yeah, it is for Guiding Hand. So if you are still Azaka farming, that's not, you might see use out of that. I wouldn't personally recommend it. It's not going to give you a big enough boost. And like Caius is saying, you're probably never going to get to dismantle it for a free golden, as Evergreen, like they've reworked Ashara once and then said never again for Core and Evergreen. But yeah, she is a support through Adept Traveler, where she will increase the damage of all champions if they are in an exterior location. This is both restrictive and low. You'll never really use her as a support unless you have absolutely no one else to work with. You could use the pop for Wyll, to be honest. I mean, that's true. If your Guiding Hand is shiny, thank you for the follow, Lana DH. Or is that an I or an L? I couldn't tell. And does DH stand for Demon Hunter? How you doing? She's a very common break. Sure, nerf was a mistake. They should have just made more pre-stack DPS at the time. Critical for Mojo Scriptless. Always struggle with setting up an Azaka farm and prefer to sit with auto progress on it anyway. That's where a lot of people these days, especially since they've nerfed how you can set up an Azaka farm, a lot of people are giving up on Azaka farming. It is still technically, numerically the best way to gold farm. But anyway, if you do already have a shiny on Guiding Hand and you get the golden, they will pop you a potion of polish, right? That's what they're called. I always forget they're called polish, yeah. But other than that, so her specializations. Let me see those pot emotes. Oh man, this cold. Where you at? There you are. Azaka has a bunch of really interesting shenanigans, but she's terrible DPS and support. You don't envy the call on this placement. That's what makes her so strange, though, because she is the literal only way to farm the best farm for gold. But anyway, you will choose between reducing the amount of time she spends in were-tiger form, or reduce the number of attacks needed to trigger her into were-tiger. If for some outlandish reason she is your DPS, you'll take this one. Generally, you're going to want to reduce the amount of time in were-tiger to keep more uptime on her gold buff. Excuse me. You Azaka farm, but without more than 10 curl stacks. Marginally better than dirty. To be honest, do you think she deserves to be ranked for her kit and bumped up for her niche rather than the other way around? She is the only one I really did that with originally, just because Azaka farming is important and is the best way to farm gold. But again, we are starting to see a lot of people phasing out of it. A lot of people. But yeah, Azaka farming comes from her ultimate, I'm sure most of you do know, but we'll go over it. Azaka dons her Mask of Beast, summoning 2 tigers to her side that attack every 5 seconds. The tigers stay for 30 seconds. If Azaka specs with Lycanthropy forever, the tiger attacks count toward making her transform into a were-tiger. However, if you take the other one, if she specialized with, I can't talk, with resist the curse, the tiger's attacks cause enemies to drop gold if they aren't killed. Wow. So, not only do you need to take that specialization to keep her gold farm, or gold find up, it also is the way you do Azaka farming. Researched, yeah. So, you proc that ult, it summons the tigers. If your specialization is proper, and you're not killing things, the tigers will make them drop money as if you were killing them. So you don't, at your wall when you can't kill stuff anymore, or if you reached, area 2000, you can stop, focus on one thing, slow them down, keep them knocked back, and just grind on them, getting all gold debuffs on them. They can maintain Kroll debuffs, Beetle and Grimm's debuff, Donner's debuff, Baloth's debuff, and she'll just keep acting as if they're dying. You've only needed to do a couple times so far, but you're not really at that point yet. Resist the urge and embrace the urge. She's like, dear F for her kit, how many tiers is Azaka farming worth, and how many tiers is Modron Briv break worth? Embrace the dirge. It is tough because a lot of people are stopping to care about Azaka farming. It is still the best way to get peak gold. If you're struggling on leveling those last few levels, I am so sorry. I cannot talk today. Those last few levels on like a legendary, you're struggling to get that E100. Azaka farming is definitely your best way to get there, but it's not exclusively required. Sorry, that was probably loud. We'll go over her availability real quick. So, she is neutral, not available for Mert. She does have higher con, so is available for Vajra. She does not have any attribute feats, meaning she will not be available for Strahd, but she will, with her high strength and decent charisma, be available for Zariel. And as an evergreen that came out, 2,109 days ago, not available for Elminster. And with her TOT spread, she will only be locked out of Wisdom for Day 1 trials. Wisdom is a rough lockout, it really is. So 2 out of the 5 patrons, 5 out of 6 Day 1s. You think her gold find might make her better than D outside of an Azaka farm? C+ for her niche, as she's got her own meta. When it was fairly easy to Azaka farm, it was worth a couple of E. You think it's probably worth less now? No easy way to 40 stack Kroll, yeah. But you haven't bothered in months since it was properly murdered. Her feats are so shallow, and having just unlocked her yesterday, you're at least glad you have a bonus to C12 at minimum. Yeah, that's the problem, is even if you're not using Arkhan as your DPS early, she's not going to offer you the best buff, but it's better than nothing. But yeah, only active when outside, and it's that low. Pretty rough. But Azaka, yeah, that's kind of the thing with her, is discerning how important Azaka farming is. Because there have been numerous nerfs to how you can set it up. First Azaka farm was 0 favor. Time gate event brings you from E65 to E75. The question there... Oh, E3... Oh, yeah, I was just going to ask that, Zodraxis. Yeah, E3 less, E2 favor. So it's in line with what you meant, but didn't specify. Yeah. Pressing the gold from the Tigers is helping you push wall. Even freshly unlocked. Contender at minimum for gold assistance, which is pretty potent. Yeah, because you can just still proc Tigers on like your hard wall, and you're still getting a higher gold than you would otherwise on like a bud farm. I mean, I do think she's gonna get knocked out of S, but man, this is probably the weirdest one overall for me. This is the one out of everything I wasn't looking forward to reassessing. Because at the time, Azaka was the clear and away winner. As far as Gold Farm goes. Man. Why did I have to be sick still today? Why'd I do that? Blah, blah, blah. Arguably B- for scriptless bread farming utility, but that's pretty niche these days. Only massists don't script. I mean, or people who aren't on PC. Definitely not A above Jarl. Trying to keep more of a bell curve so C shouldn't be considered horribly. Man. You know, it's a long shot, but you wish some of the older evergreens got a rework. I agree. I mean, it would be nice. If they at least got, like, the Bruner treatment, right? Some ways to scale them in even just specific formations. Just something. Is there a comp for does one thing no one else does? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like that's what I always say. There's like a little asterisk next to like DM, Fen, and Nordom. It'll never happen because they don't want to offer another Char-style dismantle. See, but you don't even have to dismantle them if they're core and evergreen, right? Just sneak it in there. Do like a little... Because you couldn't break down Bruner when they buffed up Bruner for that season. Near DM and Fen? If you're doing gold find, you're using Dob over Azaka. You agree, but that's what Justin always says when reworks come up. It's compared to someone else in that role, Dahani. Lower DPS capacity, no scales, but better gold farm by far? Oh, I was reversing what you were... I see what you're saying now. I see what you're saying now. Yeah. I was reversing how... I don't know if that was just how I was reading or what, but yeah. You can't argue for dismantle, or they just gave straight number buffs. Yeah. And again, that's kind of like what they did with Bruner, right? They didn't rework him, he just got a little better. And that's not a... You could call that a rework, but if we're talking core and evergreen, just do the Bruner. You can use both, to be honest. Dob while pushing Azaka once you hit the wall, but then why push with Dob if you're not going to utilize that at the end? If you need the gold to help soft cap, I mean, I guess. Man, I am stuck on this. I'm seeing a lot of ranging from everybody in chat. Nobody invested in Azaka? It's unlikely. People generally don't invest in core or evergreen champions in general. Unless you're... working on a DPS, I guess, from them. You push with Dob to get to the wall, then unleash the Tigers to do their thing. Yeah, I mean, early on for sure. If you put item levels in Strongheart, you did it for support abilities, not his season thing. Since that needed no item level support, what are we talking about? When did Strongheart come up? Did I miss that? Support got gutted too with the season changes though. Oh, are you talking about people who invested in Strongheart? That they deserved a dismantle? Is that what we're talking about? I'm still stuck on Azaka. I could see her... God, man. She really is the hardest one for me. I kind of want to put her at the bottom of B-. But I don't know how I feel about that. Has Azaka fallen as far as Talon? I feel like she should stay out of C+. But just barely. Because at the end of the day, Azaka farming is still peak gold farm, and she is absolutely required for that. But, again, a lot of people are just transitioning out of it. She's a rough one. She's a real rough one. You don't think she's really B- unless all other speed champs got a bump for their niche, but honestly, meh. Shenanigan ranking is endlessly debatable. Yeah. Because, like, I mean, as far as most people are saying, it'll be, yeah, E3 to E6. Which isn't as important as it used to be. But it's still the best way, and she's required to do it. It's revolved entirely around her. So she's the same as Shaka. She needs a work, I'm guessing you meant using, but she's... To get them, yeah. Man, I don't know. Shaka is the devil. A lot of Shaka hate in this chat. They do be kicking him when he's down. Yeah. I could see her being maybe considered just slightly better than Jarlaxle, though. I could see that. What is her flat gold find? No shenanigans. Like an E5 for me, I think. Yeah, guiding hand 3 E5. 75. She must have been a were-tiger. Like for flat raw gold find, Dob will be better. If you're using him as he pushes. Or as you push. If you ever dismantle, it'll be a wood chipper, you'll use him then. That's built around her. Azaka farming needs way more than her to work. True, Liam, true. But it does entirely revolve around her. It doesn't exist without her. But yeah. I think I'm okay with her being in that range. It just, if Azaka farming wasn't getting so many knocks recently, I still think it would be more important, but it really has become more difficult and annoying to achieve. And is it enough to justify in rare scenarios? Yes, but not always. Please do Zorbu later. You're FK, you watch Fallout series with your wife. You have a wife? Yeah, Fallout, I have things to say about Fallout. Obviously I won't because spoilers, but I'm up and down with that show. And a kid, got the whole thing rolling. Cardboard cutout of Valentine. A Valentine body pillow. We love our cat, but there are limits. If you can get one, you'll take the body pillow. How will your wife feel about that? Yeah, we can move on. I'm okay with putting Azaka there. Ooh, that's not what I meant to do at all. There we go. We can share. All right, let's see. Who do we want to talk about next? This still is weird to look at. I'm so used to the other format. Melf, we can go to Melf. And we'll go Nerys after Melf. Nerys. The old Melf. Yeah, he's an interesting one for sure. You're here to fight for Melf. Lariat. How you doing? Melf. The old elf high. Fighter wizard. Useful for speed early on, and still, you know, beyond early on, but it is a bit random. We'll go over that though. His buffing is okay. Not, well, no. By today's standards, it's bad, honestly. But we'll go into that. You unlocked Valentine a few hours ago and have found a bug. Her little black dress isn't very little. Shoulder to floor with full-length sleeves. Is it? Do they call it little? I don't even know. You enjoy Melf, the only RNG speed champ. Melf is fantastic for your speed formation and has a bit of gold boss debuff. Otherwise, nah. Melf speeded you through so many adventures. Is it random? You thought it was deterministic but awkward? Well, we'll go over it. You thought I don't think he cycles. I think it's random. Petition for Valentine in bikini. Uh-oh. It's the same name of her ultimate buff. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't think he cycles patterns. I think he will randomly select a speed. You're fully aware that he scales bad, but base numbers of Melf are just too good. I don't know if I'd say too good. You think his name deserves extra points? Magic Elf. Yeah. Your first time free gate only has Deacon, Corzin, and a giant red X in the third slot that just reads Xander. Male elf. He's a Melf. Anyway, Melf's adaptive support spell. Increase the damage of champions adjacent to Melf by an amount. Effect increased by 50% if another elf is in the formation. Effect range increased by 2 if Melf is not in the frontmost or rearmost columns. Effect increased by 25% for each unique race in the formation. kind of interesting to work around. His only real use is scripted online stacking gem farming. To set him up, never clears an area. Free time gate offered you Binwin, politely declined. So let's see, what do we want to do here to set it up? I mean, it is already at the current range free, or 3 free. Guess we just throw in a bunch of unique races, huh? Hello. Ooh. Yeah, they're all yeah, that should all be different, right? I guess I should get one elf though, huh? Melf need better buffs and a spot. Someone DPS meta. You can get Melf for 6 time gate pieces, get his blue with Electrum chests, and his blue speed feet from chests, and you just doubled your speed. I don't know about doubled. You'd still take it, might as well grab some item levels. Pre-stack for a number of elves in formation. If it's pre-stack, which I don't even think it is, you don't scale the pre-stack. But yeah. Who else? I guess we'll just use Jarlaxle for one of the elves. We could throw in one more elf. Who would it be? Man, I cannot think right now. Let's see here. Do. Click the button, bro. Race. Elf. There are so many, and I'm just not recalling who they are. Wait, what? Oh, it is just flat. Yeah, that's right. You can't double down on the elf. It is just one elf that counts, right? Okay. I thought you could scale it with multiple elves. I haven't used Melf in a minute. Only on third account, or not only, but you are on your third account. Starting a new account is tediously slow until you start unlocking speed and gold find champions. With each of the new accounts, you go for them right away to speed up your progression, yeah. Why did I think he could scale multiple elves? We'll just go Graba. Wait, we already have a turtle. What am I doing? 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 Who did I replace? We'll just get a dwarf. Speaking of Binwin. You wish Melf was pre-stack? Even then. Yeah, so we have the elf bonus, we have the unique race bonus. It is applying to our DPS in this scenario. Is it not going to show the flat number on incoming? Oh no, there it is. E12 is at its peak. And that's actually with Valentine, though. We should probably not use Valentine for the sake of this. We don't have a tiefling. Hurry up and level. I need you all the way. There we go. All right, let's take a look. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I wish I wasn't sick for this. So yeah, we're looking at an E10. By today's standards, below average buff. Then that's at the maximum slots away, getting the elf bonus and getting unique race bonuses. Unfortunate, but he does have a lot more utility than just that buff. He has Righteous Determination. Melf knows exactly what evil is. Whenever an enemy spawns, it has a chance of being deemed evil by Melf. Enemies that are deemed evil take more damage from ultimate attacks. Kind of an interesting one to do. By the way, you're not an efficient player. When you have blacksmithing contracts, you use them on whoever has the lowest item level. I know a lot of people that do that. It definitely isn't the ideal way, in my opinion. But I do know people who do that. But Melf's Speedy supplement is a huge reason to use Melf. Melf provides a random speed up buff. The buff provided changes after every 50th area and draws from these three possibilities. A chance to spawn additional enemies, increase enemy spawn speed, or a chance of a chance of increased quest drops. He is currently set to the double quest progress. You can use this in many ways. Do you have feats on? I do. I believe anyway. Speedy support. Oh, I didn't get his... I thought I did. Wait, how new is this? I should have already had this. Huh? Whatever. Whatever. Our view dies. Slater. Referencing South Park over here. Yeah, so almost 600 for me with feats and his current item level, which is a shinied 368 for the speed item. So once you have the feats, you can make that speed ramp up, but it is random, so it's hard to rely on. And some people are saying it's static, mostly Caius. I don't. Does anybody have any info on that? I would have bet my left nut it was completely random, complete RNG. Most speed abilities were divided by 3, and it's RNG. It would be fantastic, but as is, his speed ability is the only random effect in the game where you just shrug and say it's fine. You can get the same one twice. Yeah, I've definitely got the same one at different Area 50 brackets. His achievement requires you to roll the same speed effect for... Okay, I see, yeah. I didn't actually remember that was his... I must have done that completely passively way back in the day when I first got him, because... Ha, Caius, you're wrong! But yeah... 368 shiny epic isn't the craziest investment if you can afford his feats to make it decent. I don't think he's a bad speed champion. However, the RNG factor does make it difficult to land on what you exactly want to. Personally, I generally use him to try to spawn additional enemies for like a patron kill challenge, but he's not always going to land on that for me. Spawn speed, you'll probably already have that capped out anyway with Wyll or Deacon potentially. Here's the thing, the RNG doesn't matter when you're just starting out because it's useful. I don't think he's a bad starting speed champion by any means. I just don't think he's amazing. And if you are that early starting out, this isn't going to be that high because you're not going to have enough gems for his feats. And you're not going to have a shiny epic. But he's not bad. It's great to be wrong. It means you learned something. Yeah, it's I'm never a fan of hard RNG mechanics personally. In video games, I always get the the bad end of the stick. When it comes to RNG, I'll always get the thing I don't want. You get the blue feet from gold chests, you got it super easy. But again, really early on, we're talking an early speed champion, there's so many options for feats at first that you can't rely on getting a gold chest feat in the early game. You just can't. But I do think he is still good for the early to mid game. He still will see use in some formations, but he definitely gets outclassed. You usually hate RNG, yeah. Yeah, he's a weird one, because he is decent. And he is good for the early and mid game, and you'll find uses for him in the late game. But is he probably going to be in a dedicated gem farm team? Not necessarily, no. You will use other champions to get to those thresholds. But he is useful. We'll go over his specializations real quick. Let me see those potty boats. There you are. You're always on it, Parada, with those. But even when he gets outclassed, he still has uses. Specifically, spawning 6 extra enemies speeds up riv stacking. Yeah, I mean, he has uses. And I don't think he's bad. But I don't think he's necessarily like a godsend champion either. Anyway, you will choose between increasing the effect of adaptive support, his buff, speedy supplement, his speed, or determination, the ult buffing. Generally speaking, if you're using Melf, it's probably for his speed. So you're generally going to take the speed to scale that as hard as you can. You requested the emote would be blasphemous to not seize the opportunity. Oh, man. Oh, right. I forgot about this, actually. He will also increase the effect of adaptive support by 100% on the non-dominant gender in the formation. Increase the effect of adaptive support for each slot away. Yeah, that we took into consideration. We did not take this into consideration. So his buff will be a little higher. We'll go ahead and slot more females as Dirge's male. Or we could just look at Prudence, I guess. We'll just look at it on Prudence. So yeah, that gets it to an E11. So a bit of a boost. I think it was like 8 E10 before. No matter what, he's not going to be the best buffer. That's just a fact. Now you just wait for the mileage you will get from the egg. That would be funny if it just like got shadow approved just now. Let's see it. Ah, no, I don't see it. Rip. Too bad. Also, the event buff definitely... Yeah, and that's actually almost a problem right now in the way of ranking him. Wait, where is it? Wait, did it phase him out? Did he get phased out of the event buffs? Or wait, maybe I just didn't, maybe I didn't run him, actually. Yeah, I think I just didn't run him, so I didn't get the buff. So we're not looking at an event buffed version of him. Melf until much later. Use the variant parent restrictions, make him more desirable over others in the seat. Unless he's free time gate selection versus Xander or something. But yeah, we'll look at his availability, though. So we are dealing with a good champion. So he is available for Mert. Has the 14 con to be available for Vajra. And looking through his feats, he does not have any ability score increases. So he will be available for Strahd with his high intelligence, but not available for Zariel with that lower charisma. And he was released 1,515 days ago. So not available for Elminster. But day ones are generally pretty good except for that low charisma. He will be locked out of one of the day one trials. So 3 out of 5 patrons, 5 out of 6 day ones. Not too bad. Your level 76 purple Melf with feats, spec, and event buff is 600%. Okay, so you're reaching roughly what I'm at, while I'm at 368 item level. Because I'm just under 600. Yeah, I mean, with enough investment in the likes of Tatiana or Melf, you can spawn a lot of champions with them. If you don't have crazy scaling on either of them, you could use them both. So like right now, he is set to the whenever a non-boss enemy wave spawns, there is a chance of an extra enemy spawning. Clear the board. You can see these are all waves spawning that many more. They are marked by the that arrow, I believe, is the icon that is the extra spawn that came with it. But then if we throw out Tatiana as well, we're gonna start seeing them both bring in a lot of enemies. Let's go, Tatiana. Do yo thing. Do yo thing. Why you not do yo thing? There she goes. So boom. Boom. I mean, they do together just keep a constant flow of enemies coming in, which is not tied to enemy spawn speed directly, as they are spawning just flat more enemies. So then you could pair it with the likes of Wyll, and you're just going to see a lot of enemies flooding in. I've seen people with heavy item level investment having either Tatiana or Melf, both just constantly summoning waves of enemies. Looks a lot more intense with the okay. I hate that it did that because I actually pressed the button. That's so funny. That's so funny. What did that look like? I gotta see now. Yeah, you couldn't even really see them come in. That's so funny. I apologize for that. I'm not on my A game today, don't worry about it. But you can see. Hi, how you doing? You can see with them both out, we got Whittle's speed out. They be summoning enemies, right? Go fight those bears, Melf. So yeah, he definitely has his uses. The RNG, I think, is a bit of a hit. He is good for speed early on, it's no doubt. The event buff will fade shortly. So if you didn't use him in the event, it will get worse, but he's still decent. Great way to spawn loads of enemies. But you have to land on that. So like, for example, Tatiana is every 15 seconds, Melf is every wave. She eventually wins out with item levels, but for now, he spawns more than her, yeah. But you can use them together until that, you know, you peak out if you are investing in them. The only issue with your speed formation is that they aren't really good for gem farming because the formation hits their wall between 400 to 500, yeah. Man, sorry. What was I gonna look at? I was gonna look at something in particular. Damn it, I already forget. Oh well. So yeah, previously we had Melfy Boy at, where is the, nope, that's not right. There we go. We had Melf in the A-. His speed does bump him up, but his buff is never going to be good. It's going to be below average to just average, no matter what you do. You're just comparing for rank, yeah. Melfy boy. Let's take a look at the current tier list. Between Tatiana and the average speedsters. Unfortunately, Melf is niche, and champions that are niche get a lower ranking in yearbooks, so for you, he's B-, C+. I can see him. He's no Egbert. Who is? There's no way he's B+. A tier below me. I mean, my initial thought was B- range. Right above Puent. Is it? You think B+ might be generous too, but people seem to love him. He doesn't scale as well, but his base numbers are very high. I wouldn't call them very high. I really wouldn't. Because base numbers, we're talking about a number then that's not affected by feats, not affected by gear. Base numbers, his buff is bad, and his speed is just okay. It's not until you get the feats and a little bit of gear that the speed comes online, which his speed does come online a bit sooner than other champions. But when we're looking at like BBEG and Shandy and Sentry, they require very minimal comparatively and offer vital speed that just persists and isn't RNG. Some of them even offering a decent buff. His buff is garbage, he's RNG. But I think he's more the early mid. Not necessarily early game, early mid. But near Rhea. Let me my initial instinct. So yeah, I value him a little lower in the B- range, but I'm willing to, you know, hear. I was thinking just under Korth, was kind of where my brain was going, just ahead of Dadius. All other speed champs require investment to get going. See, but that's not true. Shandy's a slot and go. BBEG's a slot and go. Sentry requires a very cheap feat to slot and go. Whittle's is slot and go. Thalora's is slot and go. You can make them better, but they don't require like mad investment. Briv does, Human does, but fortunately you have work to do. You'll need to go, try to catch up on the VOD. Well, you have a good rest of your day, at least open. Lae'zel is probably a better early speed game champ than Melf. By today's standards, I would agree, in that I would recommend people make an absolute adversary team to begin with. But that being said, Melf still offers some more unique mechanics in spawning more enemies, which has its niche uses. And he does offer okay speed along that way. I do agree though, if you are maining absolute as your speed, Melf isn't going to be that useful. Why below Tatiana? The random isn't that bad in this case. Because Tatiana has more uses beyond just speed. Spawning enemies is real niche though. We're not talking like gold find. Yeah, because gold find is far more important than spawning enemies. Briv still gives decent early game speed with no investment if you're using him in an active party. I do think he needs a little investment. You wouldn't move him any higher than that. That's kind of the vibe I feel for Melf, is right in that range. I mean, I could even see him dipping into C+, potentially, but I do think he does have use, and I do think he's good. I don't think he's an excelling champion, though. You'd argue for lower, honestly, but you don't want to fight all of chat over something like this. You're psyching yourself for Tuesday. Oh, don't worry. I will ignore you 90% of the time on Tuesday. I do believe you're overvaluing his speed cynics, personally. Because you keep talking about his base speed, but you're affected by an event and have his gold chest feat. And those aren't base numbers. They're just not. So you can't compare him to that, calling those his base numbers. Because they're just not. Caius on Tuesday gonna be the Spartans on a bridge. Starting at the top and fighting your way down. Hopefully I'm just too sick to care on Tuesday. I do think that's where he's gonna go for now. Belushi is target number 1 for correction. That's gonna be a hard sell for me, believe me. Okay. Regardless of the event buff, like the thing is double drops. I don't really know what you mean by multiplicative there. What are you saying multiplicative? Need to level these boys up. Or girls, rather. But yeah, ultimately... Oh, you're saying when compared to other champion speed as well. As always, between placements is so subjective it's almost silly. Now dropping blue sheet to C- would just be silly. Shifting to more middle or top A+, feasible but not really meaningful. Oh, now she's hiding. Goodbye, kitty. Thing is if you do have a human that's at that level and you're using BBEG and Sentry, that's all you need. There's no reason to throw a Melf into that. So if you already have other speed champions leveled to be multiplicative with, it just doesn't even matter anymore. It's really easy to get Melf to 3 and then you can get one-hit clears with just Dinah and Havilar. I mean, in a very specific run, if you're just focusing on a Fiend run, which is what, like... Yeah, a third of the time, exactly. Not even a third of the time if you're me. I will never get the RNG to be in my favor. It'll just be double spawns every time until I want it to double spawn, then it's quest progression. And that, I think that is a huge problem with Melf. As far as relying on him as a speed champion. Because Wyll already covers spawn speed. Quest drops will be covered by Human if you're running that route. And both of those are pretty much irrelevant if you're running absolute adversaries. Shut up, guys. And yes, tier lists are always they're good for this and not for that. And if you've invested here, yeah. How you doing, Kraken? Anyway, we're gonna move on for now. Let's see what we got. Still getting very used. Needing to get used to this new interface. Nerys, you're right. You right. Okay. So, Nerys from the Heroes of Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna pre-look at her feats, actually. Yeah, she only has intelligence, so that's something to keep in mind. You don't like that they hid items? Yeah, it's kind of weird that we were able to see the equipment before and not now. I don't know why that decision was made. I really don't. Okay, make your case, Lediath. Uh-oh. Do we have a hard Nerys defender? So, her kit, spiritual weapon. Nerys calls forth her spiritual weapon to her side. It attacks on her attack timer, dealing Nerys' base damage with a bonus. Spiritual weapon attacks can set Bud, crediting Nerys. Cassini likes to make an improvement and then shoot themselves in both feet. Probably for less visual clutter, but I think that information was more useful than not. Yeah, I do think it was better to have the gear there. Maybe it's a lag thing too. Maybe it loaded the gear as if you loaded every character every time you did that. I don't know. I'm not sure. New interface makes assessing how far you are from having all core painful, having to use equipment screen. And how you doing, Ravenous? Bob. So, War Healing. When Nerys' spiritual weapon attacks, Nerys targets the column with the most damaged champion and heals all of the champions in it for an amount. She also has Sanctify. Undead enemies become her favored foe and take increased damage from all champions. And her spiritual weapon will eventually follow the champion with the highest damage instead of her. It attacks on that champion on their attack timer instead of hers. Dealing base damage on their damage instead of hers. If those attacks are Bud setting, then the champion it is following gets credit for setting the Bud. So she shifts just into being a support, instead of running on her attack timer. Some of the stats on there are fun, though. Yeah, I mean, I do like that when you hover... Oops. That when you hover, you do get the info on them. I think on hover, you should at least get the gear, though. The fact you don't even get the gear on the hover is weird. You don't get it just on the image or when you hover. I find that strange. But again, maybe there was an issue where every time you did that, it loaded all of their equipment and there was like a weird load issue. I'm not sure. Yeah, it would be more interesting if they just put the hover in a specific location instead of near the mouse over, like right above or something. Anyway, oh, and the new equipment screen. I'll be curious when they add the entire search functionality. I didn't mean to choose you. Anyway, so she gives a lower buff on her spiritual weapon, and also has a lower buff on Sanctify. Totally obvious solution to a totally obvious problem. This has some synergy with her affiliation, Heroes of Baldur's Gate, as if you happen to use Viconia. Viconia will always, not always, but as we went over her, she can spawn extra enemies that count as undead with yesterday's undead. Whenever a non-boss, non-static, non-undead enemy spawns, there is a chance that she will spawn an undead version. That's one way you can always keep undead flowing in, or the likes of Minsk. Why did I just hit F11 for that? Where he can also be undead for favorite foe and has a chance to spawn them as well. If you go to collections equipment, you can see your average item level. Still just as weird you can't just see it there now. That's the thing, I would rather just have the equipment here than have to go to collections. Equipment. And then look. Oh, that's not... Yeah, that's actually... not great. Does show your average item levels, though. I feel like they could have incorporated that into the highlight. But oh well. So yeah, I am kind of curious. It seems like Lediath isn't here. What would be Lediath's argument? Caius, do you know what that argument would be? Because I'm curious now. Scriptless Briv gem farming? Are we talking just because of the undead? Favorite foeage, or what are we talking about? Okay, yeah. It's not a real argument, even Lediath will agree. Trash champ with niche use. Yeah, and Azaka being outdoors, yeah. Nerys goes with Briv like Dragonbait. But again, only in the scenario. Well, what runs would that be for anyway? I haven't looked into like enemy type breaks in a while. What run would that be good for? Do you know offhand? Oh, Vecna? Okay, that's fair. Ugh, cat hair. Woo. And maybe some others. Yeah, there's probably others, but I guess Vecna makes sense. Use Nerys as an extender for your click wall. Possibly excavating history too, not sure. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. But again, yeah, like you said, that is a super niche thing. Excavating history. Well, previously... Well, we'll go over her availability first. Before we forget. Before I forget. Because I'm stupid. We are looking at a good champion. Excuse me. So, she will be available for Mert. She has the Constitution to be available for Vajra. She has that Intelligence feat, which is her only ability score increase, but that will make her available for Strahd. And she is naturally available for Zariel with her Strength and Charisma. But she came out 1,977 days ago, so she will not be available for Elminster. However, with her TOT evenly spread, she is available for every Day 1 trials, so including her Int feat, 5 out of 6 patrons, and full Day 1s. Good availability. Letty seems to have gone into hiding. He'd know all about it. I'm sure just has more important things to do. Yeah. Previously, after her rework, which wasn't that huge of a rework, she barely climbed out of her rank, climbing into C-. I still don't think she's gonna be a D-tier champion. But, let's take a look at the current list. Because looking at who we have in D... yeah, she might be one that kind of just stays the same. I think she inches out of D. Let's see. You don't think she's D either? If you look at D, they're mostly backup for niche uses when someone else is better. Yeah. Which almost is Nerys, though. Is there a good reason to unlock her? I wouldn't say there's a good reason, no. More useful than edgy debuff bunny. If you're not planning to script your Briv gem farm, use her all the time for Briv and you think C- is fair? You're asking because you don't have her? Yeah, I mean, probably only for that unique scenario of scriptless. But at the same time, how much of a time save is that, honestly? It's a very big time save for scriptless? Okay. I haven't tinkered with scriptless breakpoints like that. It is interesting bringing up Yorvin and looking her comparatively at Yorvin. I mean, I could probably see her being just above Yorvin. Thinking about her against the core champions is weird, though. Oh, man. And she might be one we'll keep in C- for now. And maybe we'll come back to her. Yeah, it's kind of weird being next to Yorvin, but I don't necessarily disagree. You need a break for scriptless Briv Modron farming to work. Nerys or Azaka are basically the choices depending on adventure, but if you recall correctly, Nerys is better until you're in a position to farm up enough favor to switch to Endless Rime and Icewind. I think we'll leave her for there for now. Now let's see what we're working with. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting champions yet. Penelope. Yeah, she's another one where I kind of just knew we were going to get back to her through the streams when I re-ranked her after the rework. Penelope. So, Penelope, part of the Heroes of the Plains. A fairly interesting formation, or affiliation, I always say that. They could use a little tweaking, but a lot of them are still really good. They've kind of just been phased out by metas and positionals and all that, but obviously Briv still sees a lot of use for different reasons, and Wyll at that. You feel like she used to be better? I did like her knockback a little more, but I don't mind the way she works now. So, whenever Penelope attacks an enemy and doesn't kill it, for the next 30 seconds, all champions deal additional damage against them. Just a flat debuff. Works for click debuff. And, she used to be able to apply it in a better radius, unfortunately. But we'll go down Insect Plague. Upon entering an area, Penelope summons 4 medium-sized, randomly positioned insect swarms on the enemy's side of the battlefield. Enemies who are in the swarm are slowed by 100% and are afflicted by the Have You Met My Friends debuff, so in that way, she can apply that debuff in a greater radius. The slow effect can stack multiplicatively if an enemy is inside multiple swarms. Every second an enemy is in a swarm, its slowing effect is reduced and eventually dispersing completely once it reaches 40%. So we'll go to a new area just to showcase what that looks like. So she has 4 swarms out now, and any champion that reaches that, or enemy that reaches them, will be stopped in their tracks, and then they'll gain their speed back up over time, eventually dispersing that cloud. You like her more now as Lord of the Flies? I did like her knockback feature quite a bit with her, one of her specialization choices, the way it used to work. The fact these clouds eventually fully disperse, like, initially they're better and then they're worse. But anyway, Chwinga Mask. So with Chwinga Mask, when an enemy enters one of her insect swarms, she will don her mask. You can see her now, she has her mask on. Whereas previously, if they're not in her swarms, she's just cute little halfling, no mask. Calling an elemental friend to her aid while the mask is on, it sits on her shoulder. All champions adjacent to Penelope gain the following charms based on their tags. Charm lasts until the party changes areas. So you do need to have an enemy hit the swarm at least once in every area to proc it. Healing Charm. Penelope heals affected champions for an amount every second. It's kind of funny, but we'll keep going for now. Tools for the Job Charm. Penelope increases the damage of all champions by an amount for each champion affected by the charm. Stacks multiplicatively, so you want her to adjacent to as many champions as possible, but as that only... it increases the damage of all champions, so you don't need her adjacent to your DPS. Just adjacent to as many champions as possible. So like in this scenario, she's adjacent to 6 champions. But we'll be buffing everybody for that, so Dirge will still get that buff. He won't be affected by the harm, though. The healing charm does require them to be adjacent. Do they not, Well, I'll just keep going for now. Everybody gets to be friends. Actually, no, we'll dive into her re-specialization first. Oops. So, she has 2 different choices. The first one being how she buffs how have you met my friends? Thanks for the pod emote, Parada. She will increase it by either each good champion in the formation, each evil champion in the formation, or flat each champion in the formation. The thing is with this, is with the change, that is now a pre-stack scaling. Tied to this one right here. Keep your friends close, keep your future friends closer, everybody gets to be friends. So you will scale the pre-stack of that specialization choice, which will boost up her main debuff. So the call there, I'm going to be using another specialization potion, but the thing with that one is you are kind of... Let me just throw out more champions. It's kind of a hard one to pick as a pre-stack because good scales better than anything else. But as it's pre-stack, you want as many as possible, so you have to calculate out which is going to be higher in these scenarios. Is a 4 multiplicative pre-stack of 1620, or 1350 at 3, or 755 at 10. Because you want to get your ultimate, is it good scaling though? It's decent, yeah. So we'll go over her second specialization first and then show peak numbers. Penelope summons fireflies that illuminate her foes, which, each time one of her insect swarms is dispersed, the effect of Chwinga masks is increased, stacking multiplicatively. So if you're looking for raw number buffs that you're gaining as you progress because you're slowing everything, then it'll disperse. They're still not at your formation yet. If you even get a few of them stacked up, this will numerically increase to the most, or you can make her bud. Each time one of the insect swarms is dispersed, another smaller swarm appears randomly, preferring to appear on an enemy, dealing bud damage in that smaller radius. But these smaller swarms will not then spawn another swarm. It's just one time per swarm. Or each time one of her insect swarms is dispersed, Penelope reduces the cooldown on all adjacent champions' ultimate abilities, so you could also get some more ultimates thrown out with that one. We're just going to go with the numerical increase for this. So I have stacked up Have You Met My Friends to E18 by selecting the pre-stack of 10 just champions slotted. But let's go ahead and take a look at what that's going to be comparatively to a full formation of good champions. I have you on lawful good, right? Yeah. Not you. You're neutral. You're evil. You're good. You're neutral. You're lawful good. You are neutral though, right? Yeah. So let's just throw out some goodies. Just do Kreidel. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I guess it does show their alignment on that page. We'll just throw out Ishii. Throw out Briv. I guess we'll throw out Kira for the sake of affiliation. And let's just do we could do Havilar, I guess. Not like it really matters. So right now we are resting at a 10 stack of just the every champion in the formation is getting to 2 E18. Now let's take a look at what it will be for all good. Increase the effect of Have You Met My Friends for each good champion in the formation. Why am I at 9? Who's neutral here? Because she should count herself for that, doesn't she? I thought she did. Who'd I miss? Who'd I miss? Who'd I miss? Good. 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 Not in. Good. Oh, I do still have... Why do I still have Tatiana? Wow. Zarkira, evil feat? I don't think she has a feat to make her evil, does she? Did I miss that? Is that a thing? Oh! Why am I missing out on these glitch feats when they come out? Man, I need to pay more attention to that. I need to pay more attention to that. I'm missing some of these newer feats. I don't know why. Anyway, so now we'll be at a 10 stack. It's very good, yeah. Now we'll be at a 10 stack for the good. And we were at 218 before. Now we're looking at an E24. So if you can get a full slot of good with that specialization, she can scale it up. Pretty good. And again, that's click debuff as well. So if you happen to be into that, which not many people are these days, she can scale it pretty well. It dropped down to E20. I don't know if she took off her mask or what happened there. I don't know why it's down to E21. But, we're not done yet. So, that's her specialization, pre-stack scaling. That's always a good thing. Story time. Each time a champion adjacent to Penelope attacks, add a stack of story time. The party's gold find is increased for each stack, stacking additively. They are capped at 1e9. Whenever a boss enemy enters an insect swarm, the number of storytime stacks are increased by 2.5%. If you happen to be into click debuff, stop. Oh god, stop, it's already dead. It still has a very occasional use. Might be event buff. Yeah, and right now, that's true. It could be breaking because of she is still under the effect of the event buff. So she will go down, something to keep in mind. But it is still a pre-stack scale, which is good. And then that is the second specialization choice. So I'm forgetting, did it show on incoming effects? I don't recall. I am looking... Or wait, she doesn't have the Chewinga mask on, does she? Yeah, we need to get the Chewinga mask. Let's see. You're scared for Gale? Yeah. He'll take a hit for sure. How do I want to do this? Can I make her pre-don the Chewinga mask and then swap everyone in? Let's find out. Because it's for how long? Charms last until... So... That's weird though. Why was her mask off? Oh, because specializations, that's why. I'm an idiot. So yeah, now her mask should stay on without me changing her specialization now. Okay, that's what it was. Not you, not you, not you. Let's get everyone back out. Who'd I miss? Who'd I miss? Didn't win. So her mask is now donned. Yeah, she's resting at that E21. What I'm looking for now is the tools for the job. I guess it is showing right here. So on top of that E21, now that her mask is on, she is also buffing with tools for the job for E9 on top of that. It should be 6 though. Why is it 5? Penelope increases the damage of all champions for each champion affected by this charm. It was 24 because of a bug, probably. But right now... I'm not understanding why tools for the job is stacking to 5. She is adjacent to 6 champions. Am I missing something? All champions adjacent to Penelope gain the following charms based on their tags. That's right. It needs to be right. But if that's the case, she should be at 4. Because Binwin and Ishii don't have the support tags. So that's weird. Or maybe Ishii is counting because of gold? Maybe is that what it is? Yeah. There we go, 6. So yeah, it was Binwin. That makes sense. So yeah, it's based on their tags. He was DPS only, so it had to be someone that wasn't just DPS. So that's getting to an E10. So we're looking at an E21 on top of an E10. Now that is going to take a hit. Obviously when, Binwin, please. Overall, she's going to take a hit when the event buffs go, but we're talking a pre-stack debuff on top of another buff, which this one's always going to be average, and you're rarely going to have a full 6. So on average, you're probably looking more in this range, which is an E8. But overall, pretty good, and a healer and gold find on top of that. Again, healing is meh, and it does take a long time to stack up her gold to be relevant. Are any of the event buffs on her pre-stack? I think so, but I don't remember. I don't even remember how to look at it from here, actually. I forget. How do you look at past event buff? Oh, it does just... I'm an idiot. Damage of all... Yeah, have you met my friends? Yeah. Or, well, that's not the pre-stack, though. Chewing Mask and Specialization. Yeah, there it is. Penelope's friend specialization is being increased by 100%. So that will take a hit. Use her in your gold find speed formations as the slowing bud helps keep the tankless formation alive long enough for Lae'zel to get bored. Binwin is sweet. He likes that person. Even if no one picks them. Poor Binwin. Which champions have you missed? As a Draxus, we have gone over Azaka, Nerys, Arkhan, Melf. And we are currently on Penelope. I don't remember when you cut out. Yeah, I mean, overall, she's pretty good. That gold does take a lot to farm up. I'm sorry if you... I can really hear that popping. I need to... How about Selise next? We can go into Selise next. Penelope bugs make your computer slow. Yeah. That is an unfortunate thing, as these will probably bog down some setups, for sure. More visuals in this game generally leads into slower running of the game. Pairing her with Virgil would probably be hell for some people. Gotta level these boys up. Overall, though, we're talking a pre-stack debuff on top of another buff, being a healer, and a gold find. Pretty good all around. Let's look at her availability. We are looking at a good champion, so she is available for Mert. Let's look at her ability score. Increased potential. There is none. So she's got what she's got. Meaning she is available for Vajra, but not Strahd with that low int. But is available for Zariel, with that strength and charisma just meeting the requirement. Well, the charisma a little more so. And since she just got a rework, she will be available for Elminster for a long time. Just about a full 3 years. But because of that intelligence, she will not be available for the intelligence lockout of day 1. So 5 out of 6 trials and 4 out of 5 patrons. Overall good availability. Not the best, but good. With that rework, she was previously an S. Because debuffs, yada yada, we've gone over that so many times. But because of that rework, I did bump her down a little, but I still think she's good. She got into the A+, but I also knew we were going to be talking about her today. She's not going to be the top of A+ if she gets to A+, but I do think she's still very good. Let's take a look at the current list. Oh, let's see here. Talking about a double buffer, one below average buff, but one pre-stack a good buff. That debuffs. Her numbers are lower than Vin. A fully leveled out Vin, yeah. A lot of people find Vin too annoying to work with, though. Penelope's pretty easy to slot. The goal is just as many adjacent champions as possible, that's about it. Excuse to upgrade, sounds like a win. She's also not positional. Yeah, it sucks that is a knock against her, but considering today's standard of, well, is it positional? Can I buff it? It is a bit of a knock. She's not at peak, her buff is just good too. Yeah. Debuff is currently dead, debuff as a whole is getting a rework and a tag. I hadn't heard that yet. Vying for at least a slot in A-, aka better than base A champions with mixed bonuses. She hops toward the enemy. She's not an A or Artemis or War Duck. Yeah, and that is kind of the problem with her kit as a whole, is with them phasing out debuff, even regardless of that announcement that I didn't even hear that. Debuff in general has been getting phased out. Yeah, no slotted in Krond either. Really, she probably would only make it into a Shara groups. Oh, no, I wasn't saying like that was a negative thing, Kais. I was just saying I hadn't heard that. Just a knockout shotgun. Oh, man. I do see her probably falling down to A-. I just don't really know. No touching Shaka. Void. His numbers are higher than B+, but he is annoying to work with. How does she compare to Orkira debuff-wise? I mean, she is definitely, as a standard, better than Orkira. You have to farm up Orkira to take over that. Hey, Dizmonkey, how you doing? Good to see you around here. I see you around the YouTubes, mostly. How you doing? Yeah, baseline, I mean, and even then, yeah, her debuff can technically scale a lot harder than Orkira if you invest in her. Doing great, mostly on the Discord and YouTubes, yeah. I pay far too little attention to the Discord, honestly. She does have ASMR glitch too. Yeah, it's true. I believe I have it on her right now. Yeah, it counts as ASMR. And further scales up the good champion. So does Freely. It is interesting because that makes them both count it in a different way for Ashara. That is the biggest problem with Penelope. ASMR, yeah, ASMR has always sounded like ASMR to me too. ASMR, oof. I am one of those people who hates ASMR. Not like people who do it, it's just like the process gives me anxiety. It does not calm me down like it does some people. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, man. I do see her potentially being close to her affiliation up there in the A-. Funnily enough, I do see her very similar to Grama. In a way. Ugh. Grama is more versatile. In some ways and not as others. You can build her in many ways, it's true. But where, in the way that Grama has tank, Penelope has gold. Their numbers are actually very close. Between the way they pre-stack scale her circles, or her grandmotherly love versus Penelope's debuff is very similar. They each have a specialization or secondary buff that will add on top of it that's a lower buff. They're very similar in different ways, but yeah. Donner's ASMR glitch skin is your favorite skin for him because it removes the retching animation from his ult. ASMR is even worse when you have an active imagination and it makes up your own visuals and sounds, especially worse things than that's actually happening. A detail you're sure Tyredack is grateful he lacks the mental visualization for. Is Penelope's gold relevant? She's the third best gold find in her seat. Her gold can become relevant, but you need to farm it up. And that takes a long time. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Because you can max farm it up to an E9. Are you going to sit there and attack that many times? Probably not. Yeah. Caddy gets more use in a variety of formations though, so you can't put Penny above Caddy. And again, when comparing with Grama, Grama doesn't have a health item in the same way Penelope doesn't scale her gold. But with her raw attacks, if you decide to farm it up, you can make it scale okay. You would use Glitch Miria over Penelope for Ashe? Probably. But it's manual labor to farm her, yeah. I do see her staying close to Grama, though, no matter where we shift stuff. I think they're overall pretty comparable. And I still hate, like, I hate that Grama doesn't buff Dirge at all. I still think that's meh. I'm just thinking, I could almost see a case to move both Penelope and Grama down a little bit together, but I don't know. You feel like Penelope is going to be good with the Saturday squad? I'm guessing you meant. Grama buffs Dirge with Circle of the Mountain plus feet. Not enough. And Circle of the Mountain is neutral. Dirge is never neutral. Or unless I'm mixing up Mountain with something else. We could take a look. Yeah, Mountain is neutral. So, Dirge is never neutral. He can only be good or evil. Again, unless you're using the likes of, or the feet. You're right. I forgot about the feet. But even then, that's not enough to justify her, as her pre-stack scales are her, grandmotherly love, and that's the big buff. What, is she not out there? There we go. He's not gonna get this at all, ever, which is, it just makes her, okay, an E6 buff, and that's it. I would never recommend using Grama with, Dirge, ever. Did I actually get it or not? Which one is it? Yeah, there it is. Change buff to target Circle of the Mountain to good. You're right, I completely forgot that was a thing. That's on me. But again, we're talking about then an E7 buff it's up to. That is not worth using. For Dirge. Tahani, Grama, and Diana were quite the match for you on day one. I mean, and that's fair, in that is why I want Grama to work with Dirge, is because being a Tortle Druid, that fits in really good with Folk Hero for Wyll when dealing with Dirge. But not getting Grandmotherly Love, unless you have like nothing else to use to get that Folk Hero, can be worth it. That's not wrong. It's still not ideal at all, though. Call it the opportunity cost buff, yeah. I mean, it can be useful in Elminster more than anything, probably. Running an AA team, but, yeah. I do wish the scaling of the age was all he didn't get. If he could at least get the flat buff from Grandmotherly Love, it would have been such a good fit. Such a good fit. But alas... Excuse me. This damn cold. I'm still pondering their placement. Because that is a knock to Penelope for sure, is that realistically, she's not making it into most formations. With investment, I do believe she's better than Miria for Ashara with investment, based on her pre-stack scaling, but at the same time, Miria is still good with her Tiefling glitch. For Ashara. Ah, man. Penelope does have a hard time finding it placed now. Oh. Where's let's just pool the audience. What is everyone feeling for Penelope right now? Just throw it out there. I want to see what people are thinking. Below Lazelle. Gatekeeper of B+. Oh. Does seem a little lower, would be the consensus. Shaka. Keep her near the group of overrated debuffers so you can move them down together. And boost Shaka up a seat. Oh, Shaka. You use her more than you expected along Orkira. Might be because of the event buffs. She performs well. You keep her mid A-. I think think we'll keep her in the lower A- just for now, if nothing else. Because by today's standards, you definitely do see Caddy and Lae'zel more. But with her rework, she's a lot better, but she still doesn't have good synergy. I want there to be a new, good DPS that doesn't have a restrictive affiliation or rely on positionals. When that day comes, maybe. It's gonna be hard to top Dirge and Artemis, and even Warduke's popularity in Krond will be difficult. You keep saying Sunday. Yeah, we'll see. I do hope they do something with that for sure, though. Good overall and a solid A, but lacks that perfect spot to be higher. Yeah, I can see her being there for now. Let's see. We still have Selise. I think we did have Selise with a quarter on the table, right? Actually, didn't we say Selise next? We just get 2 DPS like that? Carl and Crux? I mean, Crux, while he can be a damage dealer, he's probably not going to be the best damage dealer. Karlach is okay. She can work without her affiliation and scale her own damage decently. That's fair. The only thing about Selise is that you miss the immortal shield wall big time. Big time. Oh, I see. Selise, part of the Rivals of Waterdeep. She's another one of those that's very wordy, but very simple, all things considered. Her damage buffing primarily comes from Divine Sense, increasing the damage of champions in the 3 columns behind her. It's normally 2, it's 3 because of a specialization pick, which we'll go into. Bonus effects are provided based on Selise's current stance, which can be changed using her ultimate. She will cycle through aggressive, wall, and last resort. She starts out naturally on aggressive, where champions affected by Divine Sense have their base attack cooldowns reduced, but more things happen in that regard, which are also tied to specializations. But on top of that, while in aggressive stance, Selise will toss her shield in an arc, targeted at the furthest enemy, every 4th attack. We'll go ahead, well, she's a weird one. Because some of this wording is going to be affected by her specializations, keep that in mind. It deals damage and stuns all enemies hit for 2 seconds. If an enemy is armored/hit based, it takes double hits from all attacks until Selise attacks with her Shield of Psychomancy again, or changes stances. So if you want to utilize her armor breaking, you have to stay in aggressive stance, represented by this sword. She does have a feat you can do, where it increases the damage of her ultimate, which we'll go into in a bit. Cycles to E23, then ramps down, yeah. But it will prevent roaming familiars from automatically activating her ultimate. So if you do happen to have that equipped, any roaming ultimate or familiar you slot on ultimates will not tag her, so she will remain aggressive if you want that to be the scenario. So then when she switches, first she'll go to Wall Stance, where it increases the effects of Divine Sense when Selise has been attacked in the last 10 seconds. Additionally, champions in the same column as Selise take less damage from melee and ranged attacks. How long has that feat been there? I think it was introduced with this season, when they did the Rivals season. So that is one way she will scale up her damage with Divine Sense is being attacked while in wall stance. And she will also activate Vow of Vengeance simply while she's not in aggressive. So whether you're in wall or last resort, this will be active. And she increases the effect of Divine Sense each time an enemy attacks her, stacking multiplicatively up to 100 times, and resetting when changing areas. Stacks do not reset when changing stances, however. So you can rotate her stances, maintaining that, in the same area. It's still not out of exclusivity, that's why you don't have it. It probably should be fairly soon then, right? Because that season was a bit ago. You have to cycle her ults now, else she won't ramp up. That feat was made for Selise when aggressive stance was best stance. I still think it's viable if you're just using her for armor breaking, though. Because you do want her to stay... If you're just looking to like jump boss to boss that are heavily armored bosses and just cleave them down, you're going to want to stay aggressive stance. But we'll quickly look at her specializations. Get them potty boats. Where you at? 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 I'm blind. I'm blind. There you are. So, you will choose between, while in aggressive stance, armored hit-based enemies affected by Shield of Psychomancy now take triple hits from all attacks, so this helps you cleave down armor and hit-based. Wall stance will allow you to deflect projectiles back at enemies that shot cast them, simply dealing bud damage in retaliation. Or, while in the last resort stance, she takes reduced damage the further her health falls, so she gets a bit tankier. You mean it also just kind of sucks for roaming familiars to hit it instead of at a useful ult when you need it? Yeah. So generally, a lot of times you're going to be using Selise these days for armor breaking, so you'll probably take that first. But the second pick will have the previous two plus a new one, where she can increase the range of Divine Sense to affect 3 columns behind rather than 2, increasing the range at which she can apply her buff to people. Or you could then double down on a little more tankiness or the bud reflection. For the sake of this, I'm just increasing the range to reach the whole formation with her in the front. But then, attached to her ultimate, which again changes her stance, so we're in wall, now we're gonna hit it one more time, and we're gonna go to Last Resort, which is then now primed her Thunderous Smite. And keep in mind, her ultimate is only a very short cooldown, so she can swap stances very quickly. Thunderous Smite. When switching from Last Resort to aggressive, Selise channels the divine power of Tyr and attacks a random enemy with her sword, dealing bud-based AoE damage and bud-based chaining lightning damage from the enemy struck to 5 nearby enemies. This effect can only trigger once every 180 seconds. So that part of her ult is restricted to that cooldown. So now when we go back to aggressive, she'll do her smite, skaboink. But as that now has an internal cooldown, we'll go to wall, Last Resort, and Thunderous Smite is not shiny, so it is not primed yet. That'll shine again when it's primed. So now we're just back to aggressive when we switch, while it's off its internal cooldown. But she still also has Rivalry's Insight. Which specs do I usually take? Generally, I only use her for armor breaking, if I do use her. So I take her increased armor breaking and, depending on the formation, increased range. I don't generally use her outside of that mechanic, personally. Divine Sense is increased by 100% for each Rivals of Waterdeep affiliated champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. So she scales at a higher rate with her... affiliation, sorry. Ugh. I hate that I'm coughing so much in your guys' ear. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Not looking to make a legitimate formation. Let's see, we got Dahani and Kent still. Ew, Shaka. You guys. Not looking to really care about this right now, but whatever. Get over there. So you can see just doing that has increased it to an E12, and we're not incorporating any of her Vow of Vengeance yet, which would start scaling it up, and that's sometimes why people will just even put a familiar on her ultimate to keep her cycling through constantly her stances, so she could stack them both, capitalize off everything. It won't allow her to like peak, but you know. Let's go somewhere where Briv can also heal her. What kind of damage are we putting out here? It's still on Dirge's damage, so I don't know. Let's see. Shaka is not a real champion and can't hurt you. He's very real, and he will hurt you. When I use my double-click technique on my mouse, it always shakes my camera, my monitor, and my mic, and I find that very funny. Let's see if we're killing at this range. I didn't take Kent's Bud, I don't think. Yeah, we're... Oh, the familiars! Yeah, we're still killing. Let's see how we're doing at this range. Ooh. Tahani might scale with reds, we'll see. This might be okay, though. Oh. So we're gonna get her being attacked a bit to show how much it can spike. I must have missed it. Oh wait, do I have the familiars? No, I don't, but she's in aggressive stance, so we want her in wall, at least. So you can see Vow of Vengeance is now stacking up a bit. And that does make her buff scale. We're gonna let her stack it up a little, though. At the end of the day, we're looking at a average to slightly above average buff. It scales okay, but not amazingly. She does have increased the max health of other champions by 25% of her health, but it's increased by 5% for each other rivals. And she does have a health item, so she has, as Briv taunts off her hitters. Yeah, he won't taunt all of them, though. She's almost at 100. We'll look at her absolute peak. She is, yes, a proper tank. So at 100, we're looking at a 3 E18 buff. That's not bad, but are you normally going to be scaling it that high? No. So it's a mid to good buff, depending on the scenario. But we're at full Rivals Insight, full 100 enemies. Again, you're not normally going to be reaching that. Unless you, for some reason, are running Rivals as your main crew. But yeah, so I mean, that's not a bad buff, but just getting to that point is rough. We'll look at her, not that, at her availability. Alright, so she is neutral, so not available for Mert. And we'll go ahead and peruse her feats. And she does have a wisdom buff, but she's not going to need it for any sort of availability. I think, yeah, that's her only one, though. So yeah, neutral, not for Mert. Oddly enough, very low constitution for a tank, so not available for Vajra. Is available with her 15 int for Strahd, and is available as a paladin, generally having more strength and charisma. Is available for Zariel. Is still available for Elminster, but not for long. She came out 1,081 days ago, and 1,095 is the cutoff. So very soon, she will be yoinked out of there, just like Shaka was. So if you're relying on like a rival speed, get as much use out of her while you can, because she's not long for that world. Then her dexterity and constitution, both at 11, will be 2 lockouts for day 1. So she is only available for 3 of the 5 patrons, soon to be 2 of 5, and is available only for 4 out of 6 trials day 1. So overall, her availability is not great, and it's about to become worse. So not the greatest availability, all things considered. She suffers from the same problem as some other champions where she's sort of fine, but then there are better champions in her seat for everything she does, except armor breaking. I will still use her if I'm just armor break skipping, but yeah, that's in my opinion, unless you're focusing on rivals, that's about her only use right now. But that's my opinion, man. My voice is dying, I apologize. Rivals of Waterdeep banned by Vajra. Is available for 1 week only for Elminster, yeah. Garbage character, how are you going to be a tank with 11 con? By having a very high AC. That's how you do it in D&D. Why do you even need high health when you can't be hit? Big shield, good armor, yeah. No one in this game has any con. You always put points into con. It is often a second dump stat for me in D&D. Not always, but yeah. Time to bust out the throat coat teas. Yeah, I'll be downing a tea after stream, cause yeah, it's rough, dude. I'm just glad I haven't had to do a mucus expelling on stream yet, cause right before stream, man, I was blowing so much gunk out of me. Isn't tea what got you into this problem? It was Ritz crackers. Now, I see what happens when I eat something and it scratches my throat. I think it exacerbates, it makes me just susceptible to a cold that's going around. It just happens to line up every time. Have you tried allergy meds? I started that because I did some cold meds earlier and they didn't do anything. And I've been on, what is it, Benadryl? I forget what it's called, the pink stuff. I've been running that yesterday and today. Seemed to help a little bit because I was worse yesterday. Usually it's int strength or dex. Basically, unless I foresee my character just being a scrawny piece of crap that can't take a hit, because I like to lean my ability scores into my roleplay, con is often my second stat. If I think that character could take a hit. Thanks for sharing. That 19 strength, she's more of a DPS than a tank. You want me to feel better? Yeah, I would love to feel better. Colds usually last like a full 2 weeks for me. I think I already feel this one being a little better though. Hopefully I'm much better by Tuesday, but we'll see. It's allergy season right now. Been messing with you hard. Yeah, this definitely isn't an allergy. And actually, this is another kind of question opening up to everybody. When I get, because I went over this a little bit, there are certain foods I eat that scratch like the back of my throat or between the uvula, just ahead of the uvula and the roof of your mouth, right? Like right in there somewhere. Whenever I get a cold, I either get like a sore or like a tear there, and it hurts. Like it feels like I'm swallowing a spiked ball every time I swallow when I get a cold because of that. And I talk to like everybody else in my real life, they're like, that never happens to me. Like, what? That's just a cold to me. Does anybody else get that? We're like right up there, right like straight up from here, not deep in your throat. I get when I cough, I get that feeling down here. But like right when I'm getting a cold, it's like the top roof of my mouth. But you're not familiar with that. You got that once when you had strep throat. That's what people do say too, is they always tell me that sounds like strep. That has always just been a cold for me. Every time I get a cold. You have a brittle, soft palate. That's crazy, because yeah, that level of pain and like how that feels, that's just a cold for me. Yeah, we will, let's see, where did we rank Selise before? Oops. Talking about it now makes you want to cough. Don't do it. You can suppress it. After her rework, Selise got into the B+. She'll probably take a little bit of a hit, but she is middle ground to a good buff. You're not going to see that peak good buff more often than not. She still has use as an armor breaker. Very easy to slot in an armor breaking push. The biggest knock to Selise was the fact You could technically make her immortal against melee attacks with how Nerys used to be. But with Nerys and Selise's changes, that is not an option anymore, so that can't be considered. Which was an excellent way to build up an Azaka farm. But no longer. That was the wrong button. So as far as where we're going to put her now, let's take a look here. I actually have a really early gut reaction to this one, so I'm curious what other people are going to say. This is my gut reaction. Don't know why, but that's my gut reaction to her placement. What's everyone think about that? Oh. Below Egbert. Selise offers a lot more than just armor breaking, though, all things considered. Proper tank, affiliation synergy, up to a good buff. Not the best, but a good buff. Not sure that she's better than Ayla. I mean, I could see them being somewhat interchangeable. I'm more just that I see her in this range. In the high B minus. I mean, I can see her even falling, maybe even next to Dahani. Affiliation synergy ho. Between Ashara and Regis. Instinct was kind of B2, but C might be better. Between Ash and yeah, IB minus, aka solid. Plane B equal to its peers. Yvandra is a proper tank with better availability, some gold find, and Witchlight availability to pull in, and much worse restriction on who she can actually buff. Like one of the harshest restrictions in the game. Oh, I see what you're saying. It is true, Selise's availability is pretty bad. And is just going to get worse in like 10 days. Worst numbers? I mean, at her peak, they're fairly close. But you're probably not going to get her peak. But again, only buffing neutral sucks butthole for Yvandra. Would be neat if Corazon didn't suck too, so he could actually work with some of these neutral people. Ugh. Lower than Melf? The biggest knock to Selise for me is her availability. I'm thinking how much that's going to affect her rank. Because there are many times where I'm like, I wonder if I can use Selise, and now she's just locked out. That is a problem. I think she's in the B minus range, though. Selise greater than Melf for random free plays or parties. Or free play parties. Most of the time, you're forgetting she exists at all. I mean, that's the case for a lot of these champions, though. A lot of people tend to hyper-focus their favorite crews and then just abandon everything else. Who? That's another one we can keep in mind. I do think she belongs in B-. You don't honestly know that she's better than Evandra, but you think so. So next thing, reference Tatiana. Is she better than Tati? I find her and Tatiana fairly similar, actually. Her numbers are better. Sinex, are you saying Selise or Tatiana has better numbers? Because both of them scale with being under attack. And they start out, I think Selise starts out at a higher... No, Selise is a better buffer overall, I think. Not by a lot. Selise, yeah. B- is where you'd place her too. She has some nice utility, but her numbers aren't great. And they're mid to good, not amazing. And you're not going to see that cap of the highest very often. But I think Selise just has a bit more scaling to it via the rivals than Tatiana does. Tatiana's speed mechanic is unique but very niche, in the same way that armor breaking is for Selise. Both are proper tanks though, and both are useful in their affiliations. Yeah, Tati does have better availability. That is a big thing. That's the biggest thing I keep knocking around in my head with Selise, is her availability. It is just bad. And that, I do think that affects a champion's utility. Because no matter how much utility they offer, if they can never be used in any form of restriction, who cares? I do think those two are very close, though, actually, all things considered. Even if Selise would be better, you can't be bothered to understand her. She's the only champion whose abilities you never really try to understand because of her bad availability. She's one of those that has a lot of words for very simple things. Consider this, pretty much the only time you're ever going to use Selise is forge runs, because she's not even good at forge runs. Why? Because she's locked out of everything else. Availability matters more for those not in your first team level champions. Yeah, I would say her being available for Elminster as the rivals is kind of important right now, but she's getting phased out of Elminster so soon that I don't even know if we can consider that. I could see her dipping to below Tatiana, but I do see them as being really close. I do think she belongs in B-, but finding her spot in B- is the, I don't know, I don't think she's gonna fall to C+. We'll see, though. Because that availability is pretty bad. I gotta remind myself, though. I love it when random cat hair falls on my mouth. What am I looking for? Here we go. Yeah. How soon is she being phased out? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. Once Tatiana's phased out of Elminster, which admittedly is like 200 days, she's gonna have almost the same availability. She's available for one more day one trial, though. 490 days? Huh? What are we talking about? some cat hair's not... By random cat hair, I mean it must have got caught up in the wind in my fan and then just randomly landed on my lips. You're on the wrong bike. 290 days, 9 months. Yeah, that's what I was saying. She's like... I thought it was a little more... Or no, I guess she is early 800s, probably. Yeah. I thought she was a little further along the 800s. Okay. I think, 808, okay. So, I think we're gonna keep her there for now, but again, if anyone really wants to fight that placement, we'll get to that. I do think she belongs in the B- somewhere, but we'll see. We'll see. I think that's good for now, though. Alright, we've got Vi, Dob, Miria, Wyll, Zorbu. You're not fighting for her. Dob. We could go over Dob. I don't know if I'd call Dob shitty, but, probably not the greatest. These days, getting a lot more use out of the dirty gold farm. And his buff numbers are okay, if you persist with him. Glad you didn't miss Miria. You gotta have her back. Okay, so let's go over Dob. All things considered, pretty simple. Dob is not Gob. Huh? His portrait is the worst. He looks like he's crying. He does seem like a bit of a pouty boy. I don't know much about the characters. So he will increase the damage of all champions not adjacent to him. So just like Makos, keep him not adjacent. Do your DPS. Make sure they're not holding hands. However, he has multiple ways to scale, but he's also a gold find. So Dob will increase the gold find by an amount for each champion next to him. So you want him not adjacent to your DPS, but adjacent to as many champions as possible. So again, in this formation, we're going to see the maximum because you could get a maximum of 6. So right now we're looking at an E15 because we scaled that up to 6 adjacent. Well, that's for the gold find, but it also matters. We'll get to that. Dob increases the attack bonus of Traveling Entertainer for each unique race. I guess it's the unique race. I was thinking
just a general thank you for the tier list. Very entertaining.
Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to find entertainment out of it. Because I'm very stupid. Maybe that's where you find the entertainment. I appreciate it, Zadraxis, thank you. He's hopping from side to side like he needs to visit the Oh, just me swaying, dude? It's just my autism. Don't worry about it. I don't have a fidget toy. I'm not playing with my, I need to play with my cup nipple to stop my swaying. Oh. My phone is going off. He's stimming. The knockback wall ult combo is worth mentioning. Yeah. Oh, Dob swaying. I see. Dob just looks like he wants to hold hands, though. So yeah, Dob increases the attack bonus of his buff. That's actually tied to his specialization, so we'll pop that potion and take a peeky. I did it. Nar. We gotta use another one. Where is he? I just found him. Bruh. 6 out of 6, 5 out of 5. Yeah. Use his wall, which adds a 10 buff right before. Use already. Still hate that that's an innocent term these days. It was utterly not in the 2000. Huh? Oh. Arnar. Yeah. So, he will buff Traveling Entertainer in one of 4 ways, depending on your pick. Befriend the Magical. And they're all 100%. It's the same scaling, so you're just going to pick whichever one is the most populated. And it's either between magical base attackers Charisma 17 or higher, Dexterity 17 or higher, or each unique race in the formation. Befriend everybody feels like it should be way harder to get a high stack, but you always end up with a good number. Yeah, befriend everybody. Unique races actually seems to be the way to go most of the time, in my personal experience. But again, you're just gonna, whichever formation you intend to use with him, just pick the highest number here. Him being a unique race helps. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of half orcs, so that does help, but does conflict with Briv, I guess. Yeah, so you'll take whichever, and we'll throw in some more uniques just to scale that up as high as we can. Let's see, who do we want to use? What do we got? We got too many tieflings. Let's actually just clear the map. We'll start getting his affiliation out. Rustical. Oh, thank you for the follow. Donut Mug? Is that your name? Donut Mug. Is that a mug that is shaped like a donut? Or a donut you put things in and drink and eat at the same time? Marilyn. Prude Dance. Wrong one. Egg. We don't have the Eggbird emote yet. Nar. Or did it just get approved? Let's find out. Is it approved yet? No. Man. So let's see. That's everyone, right? Oh, Corazon. No surprise I forgot Corazon. Egg! So now is that everyone? Corazon, Dob, Egbert, Merowyn, Prudence, Rust, yeah. And let's see, what do we want to fill from here? We've got Dragonborn, Tabaxi. She's just elf, right? Yeah. Very, very tiny wood elf. Tiefling, and human. So let's get a Tortle. Let's get a Centaur. Oh, crap. I didn't even think of that. It progressed to 2? What? What just happened? Oh, well. That's weird. I don't know why that just happened. A mug made out of a donut. Sounds like something that exists, really similar to a bread bowl. Hey, some sourdough bread bowls with like a clam chowder, that slabs. Was a perfect opportunity for the unique nerd race. Yeah. Centaurs technically. Well, no, I guess we do have a feat for Centaur now, don't we? Let's see. We don't have a dwarf out, right? Let's get a dwarf. But aren't we all nerds? Probably deep down. What else do we want to throw in here? And I guess we could throw in a gnome. It's a gnome! Goblin? Yeah, we could. Well, we'll just throw in Stokey. Whatever. Same difference. They're all short. So we're counting that at 10 now. All unique races. So the maximum buff I'm getting right now is an E16, which I've seen it higher. I don't know why it's not right now. I probably missed something. Don't champions with a glitch feat count for more than one unique race? I think they just count for both, yeah. Their base race and the glitch race. Counting stacks. I thought I didn't fully cap it, but... yeah, it buffs both gold and damage. I was slightly off, I guess. I thought I had capped it out. But the numbers get bigger, dopamine flows. You're not going to see a crazy... At my item level, it's not going to... Like, it'll get to an E17 if you keep him in for long enough for offshore accounting. You don't know the only buff you ever look at is gold, yeah. So he also has offshore accounting. At the transition to each new area, there is a chance that Dob sets the champion's gold amount to 0 and gains deposit stacks equal to the exponent of lost gold. Technically speaking, it doesn't actually set your gold to 0. That's something a lot of people hated and got confused by when he first came out. It's just like a little niche thing where he goes and dumps it and comes right back. You don't technically lose any gold from that. Dob increases both the damage of Traveling Entertainer and the gold find bonus of busking for each deposit stack, stacking additively and applied multiplicatively. Number of deposit stacks is capped at 25 times the highest area completed in the current adventure. I believe the cap is 50k, and I'm just barely not there. It's a decent buff for throw in and don't worry about it, champion with gold find. Yeah. So his gold find busking. Dob increases the global gold find again, now that we have stacked up offshore accounting and or no, it is just tied to busking, that's right, for each champion next to him. So for his gold find, you want the maximum amount of adjacent champions, and to keep him in long enough to stack up offshore accounting as much as possible, we're looking at a 6e7 gold find buff. For these days, let's see here. Love how Dob gold find is just buffed up version of Polton's gold find. Yeah, Dob is basically Makos and Polton. Or no, he really is just kind of Polton, isn't he? Yeah. Flavor Texas flavor, and people are usually tasteless when it comes to mechanical things. Lack of Warforged with lovely thighs like canes. Is the best non-adjacent buff in the game, you think? I'd have to think about that. Definitely better than Makos and Polton. Now I gotta just look at a list. Who else is a non-adjacent? That was a weird cut in the song. Puent can get better. I mean, that's true. Yeah, Puent, Cathris, yeah, it's better than Cathris, Polton, Makos, and Strix. Puent can get higher. Yeah, inversion doesn't count. Spurt isn't non-adjacent though. Spurt is either adjacent or specifically 2 slots away. It's not non-adjacent. Do the Forgotten Realms have electricity for him to plug in that guitar? I mean, it could just be a black acoustic. So yeah, overall, I mean, those aren't bad numbers though. Up to an E17 buff at my, I'm at full epic 350-ish. That's not bad. The Lightning Boys, they rock it. That's true. Just charge it with some lightning, right? He's a bard. He knows spells. You mentioned that because it's really useful for wheel formation. There is magic for his guitar. So, yeah, again, we're looking at a pretty good gold find. A pretty not bad buff. He's good to slot and go, and that's more important these days, because again, we're piggybacking off talking about Azaka. Dob has to be directly related to Azaka here because he is a better flat gold find champion than Azaka. But Azaka's the only way to Azaka farm. So if you're not going to Azaka farm, you're going to be probably using Dob for multiple reasons. 1, he's a good gold find. 2, he's a part of the Oxventures, who also have a lot of good gold find in Rust, in Merylwyn, in Egbert, and they often have a way to synergize that higher with more of them that are in. So you're probably going to be using Dob for either dirty gold farming or just raw gold farming, whatever you're doing. Or you make the effort and use Penelope, you can. Dob is the easiest to just go with. You just need to slot him, push, use him when you can. Whereas Penelope, you have to farm for a long time, and Azaka takes the Azaka setup, which is harder to do these days, and a lot of people are looking to more so do that dirty gold farm. Dob is generally the best fit for that. It just synergizes the best with the other champions. So yeah, overall, he's pretty good. And yeah, his auto attack will knock enemies back. Does Penelope farm in a background party? I have not tested that, so I don't know. I don't know if it would keep track well of attacks, you know. You love his gold find. Dob gold farm fits your playstyle perfectly and synergizes with the other Oxventures, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you intend to run a dirty gold farm, he's the way to go, ultimately. But we'll look at his availability real quick, because he's pretty good as far as availability goes. And as far as ability scores, he has no increases, but he has a 93 TOT, spread very evenly, all things considered, which ultimately makes him available for everything currently. He is not locked out of any patrons or day ones. Very good availability. He is 633 days old, so eventually he'll be knocked out of Elminster, but there's still a lot of time even for Elminster. So ultimately, he has some of the best availability just in the game. Never understood why it's called dirty. Yeah, I actually didn't even know it was called dirty until recently, because I don't keep track with that stuff. I used to call it raw or bud, not dirty. I think dirty is Garwar's thing, and he calls it dirty. Yeah, if I were to coin something, it would either be raw or bud Gold Farm, personally, but doesn't matter to me. Ultimately, he would be the best in that seat for that. Again, you can farm up Penelope, but I don't think her story time can be scaled beyond its base. Yeah, have you met my friends Chwinga Tools? She does not have a gear slot for story. Excuse me. But it can stack up to 1E9, which ultimately will make it a good gold buff. But scaling it to that point is... It's just a time sink. Why sink that hard when there is a good, adequate gold champion who also is a part of the affiliation that scales with multiple gold farmers? And he has really good availability. Some of the best in the game. So ultimately, he's pretty good, all things considered. His buff is never going to be amazing, his damage buff, but it's not bad either. It's above the middle ground. It's decent. We should start gold laundering. I mean, Dob kind of does. In his own weird way. Previously, we had the old Dob pretty high. Maybe a little too high by today's standards. In the A+. Some of the best availability in the game. A good buff. Good gold find. If offshore accounting isn't a reference to money laundering, you don't know what it could be? Yeah. But I also feel like it's a double pun, right? Because ultimately he's just throwing it in a lake. But, yeah, I do think he's good. A+ good, though? No. So he's going to take a hit, but I still think he's good. Cleaning it, yeah. You've got 37,000 stacks from Penelope at area level 678 for an E5. Yeah. Now, you would have to farm her for quite a while to pick it up. Technically, she can, but the time sink it would be just is not recommended, in my opinion. I do think ultimately, if you're transitioning from Azaka to just rely on raw, bud, dirty, gold farm, he's the way to go. It's money laundering unless trying to use it, you think it's more tax evasion. Dob will probably be the first champion who gets banned by the IRS. Well, thankfully, the IRS does not exist in Faerun. Are they in Faerun? I actually don't know the world Ox Ventures is set in. Are they just D&D? Does anyone know? Or is it homebrew? You know how to stack up Penelope? It's just 5 to 10 for max stacks, so you're fine with it. Kroll stacks are way more annoying. Yeah, B-ish around Merowyn. I think he's definitely better than Merowyn. His buff isn't terrible and his availability is amazing. I do think he's better than Merowyn. Because her buffing is average to bad and only affects neutral on top of that. I think he's more akin to Rust Egbert level. I foresee him being in B+. He's got more to offer than Mary. You want to make a character like that now? Collects tax from Waterdeep or whatever. Be literally the tax collector. But they're both for gold farming, and she's in 2 formations, he's just in 1. He might beat Egg, only in numbers, not goodness. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, my instinct was to put him just above his buddy Rust, just behind Egg. Was my instinct. Because he can squeeze in if you need just about any formation, no matter what. Oh man, coffee 2's already gone too. Rough. No more cup nipple. I can still play with the cup nipple, even if I'm not drinking from it. And yeah, positional too, yeah. The Kingdom of Geth? Is that in Faerun? I actually don't know that offhand. Most of these gold champions are like a package. You use them together and they synergize with each other. You think he should be the best of the affiliation, depending on how worthwhile we consider the Dragonbone race for Dirge. And that, on top of that, Egbert just has a lot of good mechanics. He's not the best buffer, but he has a knockback, he does a debuff, he's an actual tank, he's currently synergizing with one of the best formations. I do think Egbert edges out Dob, just based on mechanics. Still, Egbert's numbers aren't the greatest, though. They really aren't. I think Dob could be arguable a few ways, but I do think he roughly belongs in that area. Geth has 2 sons, so not Faerun. Yeah, I've never heard of that, so maybe it's just even homebrew. Or I'm just uneducated on the matter. Even you and Egbert Metastan don't think Egbert is A+. All this Egbert talk and no egg emote. Sag. Because you think he says. Alright, moving along. Let's see what we got left. Vi, Miria, Wyll, Zorbu. Haven't used Egbert with Elminster and you've beaten all of the hardest variants there. You can't damage your credibility that badly. Haven't used Egbert with Elminster and you've beaten all of the hardest variants. I mean, if you've boosted your account hard enough, you can use just about anybody you have access to. But Egbert has a place in the absolute adversaries on top of the rest of his kit. And even then, if you were a War Duke main, that's different. For you, it's just not worth it enough to use a bad support for E15 with Wyll. You should be getting more than that unless you really haven't invested much in Wyll, honestly. And it depends on your legendaries. I mean, if you haven't focused Egbert at all for legendaries, that'll be a problem too. It's like an E30. Yeah, for me, it's like a... I think it's like an E25 for me with Wyll. But yeah, we can go into Vi next. So, we'll just keep rolling. Vi, part of the Acquisitions Incorporated, recently relative, had a season that reworked her for the much better. Should we go over her specializations first? Because good and neutral, normally neutral. She does have specializations that affect this. We'll go into those in a bit. But damage is increased by 300% for each good Acquisitions Incorporated C-Team champion in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. So let's throw in a bunch of them just to see what numbers we're going to get to. Haven't leveled up these boys. And I don't think well, we'll see in a second. Man, my brain don't work good. I'm already feeling... Oh, Evelyn. If she's stacked up decently, she's good even without AI, yeah. You've been using a gym DPS for Strahd, and Vi is doing great. E20 buff regardless, yeah. Honestly, with those numbers, you think you'd put her above Jim? Jim skills, very good. I don't usually use him as a DPS though, since he offers everything as a support as well. So you can just buff up someone else. You know, Jim being pre-stack the way he is and being positional, he's very, very good. But we're gonna look at her peak. We can make Jim a DPS in this scenario. What team do you think he's in? He's not in another team, bruh. Let's see. Who am I? I know I'm forgetting someone here. Strix. Yeah, stacking doesn't take too long if you can push it, but so let's see. Who are we going to throw in at the end here? Yeah, we'll just do Walnut. Oops. Whatever. All right, let's see here. So, we'll go over the rest of her kit, and then we'll scale her up. I mean, what? I could throw in Rosie and make her the DPS. I don't think that's much better of a scenario. So, Vi also has Catch and Release. Instead of a base attack with her pistol, there is a 10% chance, this can be affected in certain ways, that Vi takes out her comically oversized blunderbuss and fires it at a random normal enemy. This instantaneously transforms them into a small glowing crystal sphere that has a percent of normal enemies' health, and is worth an additional amount of gold when defeated. When changing areas, any remaining spheres are automatically killed and the gold from them is collected. You could add a good champion instead. Yeah. So, she also has, I'm too old for this shit. If there are 5 or fewer enemies on screen, Vi waits impatiently instead of attacking with her base attack. And there is a... I forget what the base amount of this is, but a chance that the second monster in each wave will spawn alongside the first one. Kind of a weird speed mechanic. Doesn't scale well. It was worse before, but it's still, like, not the best. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. But then there's I can't get no sassifaction. Vi gains 1 sass for each second she spends impatiently waiting. A good example is increased by a small amount for each sass stack, stacking multiplicatively. Sass stacks are capped at 10 times the highest area unlocked in the current adventure. I believe I pushed to 2,000. Yeah, we're at 20,010. So yeah, I pushed to area 2001. So that's going to take some time to stack up because she just needs to do... we didn't even talk about that yet, did we? But anyway, yeah, so that just takes time. Where was... Yeah, it's just this one. So yeah, as long as there are 5 or fewer enemies, you're actively ticking that up, and it just takes the time. Just for that buff, you know, it's for both RDNA. It will stop having an effect at area at 5, so boss areas can arrive fully in 3 spawns. Even that speed up is pretty worthless. Yeah, speed up is it's a weird one, but her feats alter a lot of stuff. Increase the activation of catch and release, gold dropped, and just her buff, which we'll go into her specializations while we're doing that. There she is. So, like I said, naturally, she will only buff neutral champions. However, they fixed this being dog water garbage by allowing her to also choose evil, also choose good, or just double down on being neutral and increase its effect. We are going to just be using Jim in this scenario, so we're going to go ahead and just buff it up, since he's neutral. But, as this goes on, the scale's up really good, if you can push deep. That was kind of a theme, a bit, for the rework to the Acquisitions Incorporated, where Omen scales off gold, i.e. how far you can push, Evelyn scales off how far you've pushed, Vi scales off how hard you've pushed. This team is good the deeper you can push. They just keep getting better and better, reaching higher thresholds as time goes on. So this buff will get pretty girthy. I believe in my original showcase video of her rework, I got her to like E40, I think. And it strict scales on how much you die, true. So yeah, eventually, if you can push deep, this buff gets really good. Like, really good. More gain. Gets less as you gain her more gold. Yeah, her scaling is just off, though. I mean, we went over that on Seat 9, but no matter how high you get, we're still looking at a pretty poopy buff for her. She needed a numerical boost. But yeah, so you'll see it's just slowly climbing. Again, I guess I could try to find it on the video just to see where... I believe I got her to like an E41 at my gear level, which I do have the golden for it, which I believe was from the season. And she's at 600 epic golden for the good example buff. But even then, it is just good. It does take time. You do have to wait on I'm too old for this to stack up. Just kind of... I'm musing whether or not to use a speed pot. I guess if I do that, it'll be at the end, probably. But ultimately, it's a good buff. It just is. However, it's not positional. Motion to respec. I already did that. Trying to think of like some people are using her in gold farms to proc the crystals, because when you proc the crystal sphere, they're just an innocent little sphere on the screen, and they drop more gold, obviously. If you use her during your run, she either almost or completely stacks during the run. You think it's a good time-based mechanic, other than Xeraphon, who just takes forever. If you want a full cap Xeraphon, yeah. You don't need to full cap Xeraphon to benefit from it, but yeah, this is only feeling like forever because right now, I haven't used her at all this run. She's just baseline stacking it up right now. But yeah, it starts off average, gets good quick, and gets really good late. Very, very good buff, but again, not positional, and does take time to stack up. But let's look at her availability. She herself is good, so she will be eligible for Mert. Did we look? We looked at feats, but did we look at ability? Yeah, no ability score increases. So available for Vajra and Strahd naturally, with her Intincon is not available for Elminster, for Zariel. That's what I was looking for. I thought they might have given her strength feat, but they didn't. She is not available for Zariel because of her low strength, but she is available for Elminster. She was released 843 days ago, so she has a bit of time left with Elminster. But because of that low strength, she's locked out of the day 1 strength, so currently 4 out of 5 patrons and 5 out of 6 trials. Yeah, Caius. Yeah, so overall good. Not the best, but good availability. And that buff, again, it takes a while to stack up. It does. We're 1,000 out of 20,000. So we're not going to wait for the whole thing. Maybe at the very end of the video, I'll speed her up. But again, for me personally, I think my cap out is about an E40. Let me see something here. Come on. I need you to work, computer. That's what I need. Yeah, no. Potentially 6 for 6 and 5 out of 5 for a few months. Yeah, if we get a strength feat, which I don't think is on the docket for Vi. I could be wrong. I don't think that's on the docket for Vi, though. Anytime soon. And if it is, it's probably when she'll get phased out of Elminster anyway. If we get any kind of rework on someone from acquisitions like Morgan or, you know, or the C team, maybe just as a combined thing, she'll get a feat in that scenario. But again, I don't think that's on their docket right now. But I don't know for sure. I haven't heard anything. Because of the rework, she got into a fairly high rank. She got into the lower end of the A+, because ultimately that buff does get girthy. It does. It takes work, and it takes pushing. But ultimately she offers good numbers. The switch up to allow her to be good and evil on top of neutral was huge for her. Maybe when her event arrives, but that still takes 8 more months, maybe. Yeah, that's true. It could be tied to an event. Morgan deserves it. You just don't get it. If you make an ability that actually has a cost, why not make it better than ones that don't? Yeah, that cost is really almost a non-cost, all things considered. When we're buffing our gold find by a huge exponents, 10% is nothing. Or what? She's 10%, right? Or was that Cthulhu? No, she's 25%. Cthulhu is 10. Ultimately, that's almost nothing. You need them to give charisma feat to like half of the AA. A lot of the AA, yeah, they are just skirting out of some restrictions. It's kind of rough for them sometimes. Oh, I still had the list up. I was looking at Morgan's 25%. Excuse me. I apologize. I wish I could force myself to not be sick. Yeah, ultimately, she's good. Is she going to remain A+ good? I don't think so, but let's take a look. Oops. There we go. I definitely don't think she reaches the top. She's still good, though. It is the problem, too, of who does she fit with? Because she doesn't have the strength or alignment for Krond, isn't positional for Artemis or Warduke. Probably not A+, somewhere in A-, probably. Is still a good buff, though. Takes a little work, but it's not the worst. Somewhere near Grama or Kira. Probably somewhere in that range. Okay, yeah. Caius even thinks low A+, which I find surprising. She fits everywhere. She goes to your AA team when you can't use Wyll. It's like an E40 buff with almost no effort, if you can push that far, though. That's the problem. Not everyone can push that far and benefit to that degree from it. Not everyone is going to get those kind of returns on Vi. You just have either... or wait a few minutes to speed pots. I mean, yeah. But E20 buff regardless, which is still good. Is that A+ good, though? That's the question. I don't think it is. But maybe. I mean, it gets high enough. It's either a little higher in the A-. I just don't know if I see her breaching into the A+. Yeah, but then she has further synergy beyond what Vi does with Blushi. Again, non-positional is huge for the current state of the game. I mean, if she breached A+, it would be the absolute bottom. If she does. Oops. Now I'm fiddling with a pen and it fell. There we go. She has a better buff than Rack. That is just simply wrong, actually. Objectively wrong. But again, Rack is positional and further buffs other people's positionals on top of all that. Even without knowing if she reaches A+ or A-, it's easy to spot that Ak Inc. season was definitely one of the best reworks. Yeah, they all got actually really good buffs out of it. They really did. She's decent, but you very rarely use her. Other than people who focus on Ak Inc., you're not going to see a lot of use out of her. Above Vin? Again, I just don't agree with that. Vin can pump equal to or greater than when set up properly and is still positional. Positional matters in this game right now. It sucks, I don't like that it matters that much, but it does. It really does for a lot of people's kits. And Vin is viable for Krond, viable for Warduke. If you really need to, she can be viable for Artemis. Vin does take more work, but you very rarely use her, but that doesn't prevent her from being very good. And I'm not arguing that she's not good. I think Vi is good, but just comparing it to the champions on the list right now. As for Narak, you hadn't used him in the AA, but after Seat 8 video fighting anti-Narak people, you figured you would try him. Well, he still has his buff, so you put Narak, and you got past the next Witchlight quest, breaking Area 1000 for the first time. Narak is amazing. Yeah, and again, he is getting buffed by his event right now. That's true. But he's still incredible once that's going to go away. She has way better numbers than Nova and better availability. She won't interfere with races for Dirge Wyll. But she shares a seat with Wyll. So that's irrelevant. Oh, talking about Vin. Oh. Okay. I thought you were talking about Vi. I was like, what? Yeah. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I mean, right now she is sitting above Nova. But again, Nova's positional, and that matters. I do wish the game didn't lean so hard into positionals right now. Yeah, no, I don't consider bugs. At least things that are clear exploits, right? Like, I never considered Jimothy an exploit. That was literally just in-game mechanics. But actual bugs, I don't consider, no. And Nova, I eventually didn't consider an exploit because they just left it, and it did make sense, and they just didn't fix it for so long, and never even talked about it. But, alas, they did fix that one. I still think they're gonna nerf Spurt eventually. I really do. I do foresee her in low A+, high A-, regardless, one way or the other. But I do think she lacks synergy, and I think that's important to consider. It is a good buff, though. It absolutely is. The Spurt nerf was said in Dev Insights. I'd be curious. I didn't see that. What did they actually say about it? Almost a year ago? Has it been a year since that rework? Oh my goodness. The only thing I remember them saying about it is like, oh wow, that's high. And then that was like all they ever said. How long has it been since that season? Let me see here. Oh man, it has been over a year. Woof. 1 year and 2 months, yeah. Full on just. You hope they forgot you used Spurt with Warduke? I mean, Spurt's a great champion with Warduke. Season 3, March 15th last year. Yeah, man. Whew. That's almost surprising, but makes sense. But just in my brain, I didn't think it was that long ago. But yeah, I think that's an okay spot for her for now. But again, we'll get into fights. I just don't want people to get too attached to that stuff. Unless you put a whole bunch of item levels into Spurt, you won't notice the nerf. It depends. We'll see. I mean, I think they'll hard cap it eventually, but we'll see. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? But let's see here. Zorbu, Miria, Wyll, I believe is what we're down to. Zorbu, Miria, Wyll. Yeah, in the order there. Yeah, probably go to Zorbu. Yeah, we'll go Zorbu, Miria, then Wyll. Zorbu time. Fan favorite for a long time. Ages ago was considered the best DPS, but that was a long time ago at this point. And yes, we have an emote on the Zorbs. The Zog. He was a favorite of mine back in the day. Still sees use with an Artemis team. And that is primarily because he is a DPS and a support with a positional. Yeah, still very nice with Artie. I do believe if we keep getting positional DPS, Zorbu's going to get knocked out of an Artemis team eventually. His buff is starting to not keep up as well. Currently, still meta for him, but there might be a day when Zorbu stops seeing use. B- until his feat becomes available. Yeah, is his wolf pack not available yet? I picked it up during season. Is that the one you're talking about? Because yeah, the wolf pack is a good feat for him. He's already out for Grand Tour Artemis meta. I guess that doesn't surprise me. He can make Valentine eligible for the extra interact boost. But not only that, he makes Valentine available for his own buff, which is important as well. You like him though? Yeah. That shouldn't be any time soon, to be fair. Season 6 was almost 6 months ago. You won't stand for Zorbu slander. But yeah, so we'll just go over his kit real quick. Humanoids, beasts, undead, and aberrations are Zorbu's favorite foes. He tracks a number of each type that he has killed and gains a very small amount damage boost against that type for each kill, stacking additively. If an enemy has multiple types, they count for each type, i.e. if you're a... I don't know. It was easier to do it when he used to track drows. I guess they consider that racist. I don't know. 1 month and a few days for his... Okay, so we're not too far off from his feet then. Okay. I don't think he's not worth in an Artemis meta without it. Clearly much better, but I mean, who would you even replace him with? But anyway, I guess maybe, well, irrelevant. So he tracks kills, and he'll deal more damage to those things. It's not necessary for him to work. He was used before the feat existed, yeah. No, it's a very, very good feat, especially for how it's used altogether. But yeah, it's not required. However, he also gains Hunter's Pack, which this is his positional. Increase the damage of champions adjacent to Zorbu with a dexterity score of 15 or higher. So that is his positional support. It gets to a decent number, though I have invested in him quite a bit. Not item, I mean, depends on what your definition of a high item level investment is, but I am roughly 2,000 on some of this stuff. Just because Zorbu isn't meta anymore doesn't make him a bad option. Well, and even then, he hasn't been phased out of meta, I don't think. Maybe in Grand Tour with the minus slot, but picture those stat increases if they observe scaled rather than just observing. You think they drop drow because all drow are humanoids, and so but it's not redundant, because if you read it, it says if an enemy has multiple types, they count for each. Hunting drow humanoids was really good because they counted for both, but they removed that. But it still has that integrated mechanic, so it wasn't redundant. You actually counted double. I do think they nixed drow because maybe someone complained that it was racist. I think that's silly, but I could also be wrong. Like, that's not, I'm not saying that's what it was, but however, he also has Lead the Pack, where Hunter's Pack, his positional, the bonus will be increased by Focused Fury. And Focused Fury is Zorbu's damage is increased by an amount equal to a % of the sum of his Know Your Enemy buffs. So these are important because they increase his damage and then further increase his positional. You think they just wanted to make it harder to stack? It's possible, but aberrations are easier to spawn with Lae'zel and Imoen. Drow couldn't be spawned by anyone. There were a few places you would go just to hunt Drow, though. But yeah. Drow was likely a too much overlap concern. Enemy type future campaign consider. Yeah, it could have been. So you mean by hunting Drow double dips? Why not hunt other humanoids? Or so why hunt? Yeah. I think I don't know. Because it also fit his, like, the story they gave him. Like, he literally was racist against Drows, I thought, but irrelevant. What was I gonna say? That was one reason I kind of didn't like that he shared a seat with Wyll. I was kind of hoping Zorbu might see some use with the AA, in that, you know, he scaled with the aberrations. You could spawn aberrations with Imoen and Lae'zel. I was hoping he would remain at least usable with them, but Wyll completely blew him out of the water for that. So let's take a look at his specializations real quick. There he is. So you are going to choose between. And when Lae'zel and Zorbu would have been cool. Yeah, I was using them all together before they released Wyll, but yeah. Lead the Pack. So this is where that boost was coming from. Increase Hunter's Pack by the bonus provided by Focus Fury. If you're looking to boost his positional, that's the way to go. Or if you're just farming, the Know Your Enemy counters additionally increment once for each champion in the formation affected by Hunter's Pack, each time a valid enemy is killed. So if you're looking to just farm him up, you're going to probably pick that one and make him adjacent to people. Generally speaking, though, you're going to buff up Hunter's Pack. And so, on his own, he's an okay damage dealer. He's definitely been phased out these days as far as being a top tier damage contender. His numbers just aren't keeping up with the thresholds of the game. I used to, I would kind of recommend back in the day starting with Zorbu to then transition into an Artemis team. By today's standards, you can probably just pick Artie and go by today's standards. It's a dance, but he's just kind of fallen behind a bit. Yeah, but as far as Artemis goes, I'll just throw out an Artemis team. Yeah, I could definitely tinker with this more. Because Toragar also counts. I could do something like that just for the sake of this to showcase it. So naturally speaking, Valentine does not have the dexterity to benefit from Hunter's Pack, as it requires a champion of 15 dexterity, and naturally her dexterity does not qualify. She does have a dex feat that she will have to use, because even being adjacent to Zorbu, while he's offering her dexterity through a feat I have, she's still not 15. So you need her to have her dexterity feat and to be adjacent to Zorbu. Then she will socialite it, which is important. He got slightly nerfed with his season when everyone else got buffed. They did my man dirty a little bit. I think people... I mean, he was nerfed a little bit. It's true. But that feat is really good. And he got more feats that are also useful for him. But yeah, so using that feat and Valentine, if you want it to be socialited. His support got slightly buffed, his DPS got nerfed. I think, but thereby his support was slightly nerfed too. Because the scaling on Know Your Enemy directly affects Hunter's Pack. So that slight nerf did affect his buff a little bit. Because it was the kill counts counted faster, right? That was the nerf. It was like a 0.08 instead. I don't remember exactly. Anyway, it didn't affect him that much, but it did. Still very useful. For Artemis, again, he's online for being phased out, just based on the numbers we get these days. So yeah, it's getting observed right now for E31. For Artemis at my level, that's on the lower end. Like, I mean, we got Fan Club at 69, the crew at 50, Soul Gatherer at 36, where Blue She's not even dead yet. Avernus at 58. Zorbu lost pre-stack gear? I don't remember that. Either I missed it or completely forgot, honestly. I do not remember him losing a pre-stack. So we'll say that he didn't double dip his buff for himself, but his buff is now stronger. Has the dex feat for Valentine. I see what you're saying. I mean, they did also nerf that, though, because didn't it used to be 0.08 for Know Your Enemy? Or am I just completely misremembering? Because I'm pretty sure that got nerfed. Got to head off. See you later. You'll catch Miria and Wyll in the VOD. See you later, Void. Have a good day. Anyway, rework did him dirty. I'm just trying to remember, like, just even the way his kit works, what would be pre-stack? I do not remember him being pre-stack. Oh well. Crux with feet, Val with feet, Birdsong, 15 decks. Yeah, because I'm using Karlach. If I had Crux out, that'd be another one. Getting observed from. And I do think ultimately Crux is a little better than Karlach for Artemis specifically. I'm just focusing Karlach because I'm also doing AA. But yeah, this will boost it up a little bit, having Crux in there. E36 now. Yeah, I'm not remembering the full details on Zorbu. But alas, ultimately still useful for Artemis. He is on the potential of getting phased out of an Artemis team, more than likely, if another DPS/positional comes out that has better use than him. Still good though. Are you going to use Zorbu as your main source of damage dealing? No, probably not. If you see him in a time gate, he might become your DPS if you're really early in the game, and that'll preset you up for an Artemis if you plan to transition into an Artemis. Would I recommend unlocking him over Artemis these days? Depends on what your roster's looking like, right? It always depends on where you're at. Pretty certain Zorbu never had a pre-stack. You remember correctly, he had no self-DPS buffs when leveling. I really don't remember him with a pre-stack. I really don't. I know they nerfed the base value of Know Your Enemy. I know that got nerfed. I know that did. It was never pre-stack. I didn't think so. They replaced Know Your Enemy with the second Hunter's Pack item. Yeah. At any rate, he did get a little bit of a nerf in his season, no matter how you look at it. But that feat is nice if you're looking to synergize with Artemis, and in general, him being able to boost up dexterity with other dexterity shenanigans around, it can be useful. But yeah, we'll look at his availability. Let's see here. Bum. So, he is good. So he is available for Mert. He naturally has 14 con, so he is available for Vajra. He does have a lot of feats. He has his strength +2. He has an intelligence +1. With the intelligence, he will become available for Strahd. And with the strength, he will not be for Zariel, right? Yeah, actually, he is not available for Zariel. Or wait, no, he is. He is, yeah. Oh, this is another case of Bite Glow being mean. I was like, what? He is. Again, it's the 2 strength feats really throw off Bite Glow. With that feat, he is available for Zariel. However, he was released 2,271 days ago, so he is not available for Elminster. And if you consider the strength feat, because naturally his strength is too low for day 1. But with feats, he is available for every day 1 trial. So he is 4 out of 5 with feats, patron, and 6 out of 6 day 1s, but it does require the feats. Weird, he shows up normally on Bite Glow for you. Do you have feats set on or off? And maybe they're set off. Maybe that's been the problem this whole time. I don't know. No, feats are set to on. They are. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have it pulling from... Like, I don't have my info pulled up on Bite Glow, though. Like, it's not pulling from my account. I'm looking at their base numbers. That is weird, though. So yeah, overall, pretty good availability if you consider his feats. He will become available for everything but Elminster. We previously... show is available. Yeah, that's weird. He was in the A+, because he was a DPS. That alone was considered an okay damage dealer, good availability, and a prime slot for an Artemis team. He is probably going to take a bit of a hit, ultimately because of his numbers, by today's standards. He still is an overall good champion. Now, where is he gonna go now? Oh, it's got the taskbar up. Whoopsie. I think he's gonna... See him next to Caddy? That's roughly where I was thinking. I was thinking lower A- somewhere. Because I don't think he can climb to A+ with his numbers. He just can't. He's still good for Artemis, which is important for just where the game is at. But... Lae'zel gets better numbers. In a Ceramorphosis team, she will. Absolutely. You need a DPS for some reason. He's support agnostic generally. And that is one benefit to Zorbu as a DPS, is there's no requirements on what you can place on him. He can just be placed and gain any kind of debuff or buff, and that is kind of a positive for a DPS. His scaling isn't the craziest though. RNG has been kind to you today. Post Binwin time gate offer, you just got Epic Socialite on Valentine from the 3 time gates. Very nice. Congrats, Ravenous. Matt Duff, you'd put him next to Spurt. You mean he'd be great with Vi? Oh. Yeah. He's good for unaffiliated and the Dex Core, it's true. And he can help people qualify for the Dex Core with his feat. It's liberating. It is interesting talking about Zorbu. Clearly he's not A+ on this list. Yeah, I mean, I see him in the A- somewhere. You love Zorbu, but you can't delude yourself in that he's still top tier. It's weird thinking about him in the tier with Krond and Warduke and where he falls in that place, because they are better DPS champions, but he has better overall utility, as he's not restricted in only being a DPS, and is in slot for Artemis currently, meta. Lae'zel still gets better numbers even without AA. I mean, then that comes down to how much have you invested in her over Zorbu, and have you even farmed up Zorbu kills yet? Because Zorbu does need a little bit of farming to come online. Seeing his buffs as good at Penelope, given he has a crew to draw on currently, and does he dip down to presto range of utility? E6's kills with Zorbu higher level than Laz. See, I find that surprising. Because I have definitely leveled Lae'zel, so that's yeah, because if we're saying just starting out, no aberrations spawned, I'm looking at E11 on Lae'zel, and with aberrations, we'll see what that gets to. With Aberration Hunter, yeah, she still doesn't even get to my Zorbu range. So not in my case. Because he's naturally bumping E17, I believe it was. Yep. So in my case, that's not true. And they're actually really equal. She's a little under item level from him, but they're pretty equal, all things considered. Because he can still, at early points, be a great DPS to late, right? Bottom at worst, but wasn't paying attention to availability. Yeah, his availability is really good, all things considered, just locked out of Elminster. A Trials DPS? I don't know if I agree with that. He's not bad, but again, there is just plenty of DPS that outscale him, and especially these days with Dirge and Artemis. Since Artemis, if you can use Zorbu, you can use Artemis almost every scenario. Guessing he scales better with levels outside of AA. Yeah. Maybe a little bit, but they're really close. And that's insinuating you can get the aberrations, which you won't on bosses for Lae'zel, unless you're using Imoen. Yeah, that's what we were comparing, yeah, like I said. The comment was literally Lae'zel is better no matter what, which just isn't true, I don't think. Because she won't reach her peak on bosses either, unless you're using Imoen. So she'll be more like an E11 on a boss where he's still an E17 for me. That's such a weird spot in the song. Yeah, it might just be getting the more kills. Getting it to like an E7 for each might be enough to bump it up a lot. Or just a little more item level investment. Hard to say. It will always vary from account to account. You don't disagree that Lae'zel might be better rank-wise, but also want Zorbu to be higher A- than the bottom row. And it could be Lae'zel will climb. Because Lae'zel absolutely has more utility outside of that as well, being the AA speed crutch. Didn't we already bump her? It was pretty early though. She was an early seat and we didn't have a lot of people to compare it to. I knew it was going to get a lot harder once we've thrown in a lot of champions, because now we're comparing and contrasting to a lot of different things. And even when I ranked her, I said she was probably going to get bumped. Astarion's A-. Astarion likely isn't her friend. I mean, who is Lae'zel's friend at the end of the day? You're her friend, okay. But does she consider you her friend? Does she really, Cynics? They're besties on an evil playthrough. They still butt heads, though. Although Lae'zel butts heads with someone else a lot more. They only got higher with more Sarah for more max possible Aberration Hunter stacks. You're happy with your one-sided relationship. Zorbu's an interesting one because the more places I want to put him, the more I'd have to move around other champions as well. I think, which is... I mean, probably somewhere in that range. Zorby. New 12 is gonna be a rough one. Enough of the bumping Shaka talk. I mean, I could make it very simple, like most tier list, and just say, ah, he goes here, moving on. I'm feeling a shift in A-. Plop him in Savior voice. We can find out Zorbu's specific slot on Tuesday. Yeah, might not be a bad idea. I am foreseeing a shift in A- though. Is there a tier list rematch? It's more in that Tuesday, after we finish 12 today, will be the ultimate fight. We're gonna look at the tier list and shuffle things around as they need to be. People can make a fight or a case for anyone they want to. And as Kaya said, correct things we got wrong. That being said, I am going to take hard stances, so prepare yourself. I'm not just going to cave. I need to be convinced. And I can be stubborn. And there are some things I won't move on. So just be prepared, understand that this is for fun, but ultimately I'm going to have the final say. So if it's the kind of thing you're going to get a little butthurt by, maybe just don't get that attached, is all I'm going to say. I don't want people walking away mad, but ultimately I'm going to have the final say. Gale might drop, it's possible. You also, reserve a few in the waiting room for reconsideration. I want to get everyone at least out there. And yeah, I'm a pretty firm stance on Egbert, not S tier, so prepare yourself for that. Won't be disappointed regardless, you're invested in the argument itself. I know people who would be, though. I just want to say that as a generalized statement. That wasn't directed at Caius. Is that if you're actually going to walk away from this mad, I ranked something that you fought for, just don't get mad at something that simple. This is a tier list. People will always have different opinions. Okay, so here is the thing on that note. Belushi might fall. I still see her in A+ no matter what. So we'll see when Tuesday comes. I'm not going to do that right now. Spurt is likely going to fall. And right now, it's actually why I'm looking at the A- for so long on Zorbu. I kind of foresee Spurt and the debuffers all falling. Staying in the same rank but falling. And putting Lae'zel and Zorbu above Spurt and debuffers. That's kind of where my brain's going right now. So what, just for now, just to look at it, I'm gonna do that, just to take a peek. On Tuesday, you meant the waiting room placement for a few you still see need to be discussed. Today, place them all, it's totally up in the air. Don't give your favorite DPS spot an A+. Don't tease you with a good time. It's looking a lot better overall since E tier was removed. Yeah, I don't think we needed the E tier. Certain saying something about wrestling with a pig in the mud. I don't know if I know that one. Really, the tiers are relatively balanced. We barely need a D tier. I do think there is enough of a distinction between D and F, but I do know what you mean. F would be right about the same size, and there's hardly anything to recommend most D over F. I mean, there's a few. Like, that's the thing, is like, if there's a rare use to some champions in D, that's kind of why they're there. Although I will say... yeah, Vlanya and Brig are barely clinging to D. think there's a pretty big gap between D and F. D is niche utility, you see that. F champs are like never used, yeah. Which is why, like, oh man. It almost feels like Vlanya and Brig do belong in F. It's just like their buffs are just tiny bit better than average. The tiniest amount. Brother Uriah at least has affiliation, if nothing else, synergy. Paulton does have Gold Find for restrictions. Cathris is acquisitions with a double buff. Minsk is AA, bringable in with Dynahair. Egbert. Donner is a gold debuff. Esmeralda's armor shred. Delano's not worse DPS comparatively to Rosie, Ishi, Binwin. But Vanya and Brig, I mean, average is debatable. I would say like the flat average of this game, we're talking just a buff without heavy multipliers, is like an E10 to an E11. You might use Urine, but you'd never use Jamila, yeah. D has a lot of core who naturally get item levels, making them better than F. Jamila is just bad, that doesn't matter. Uriah heal can be useful if you don't have an HP share tank. A normal healer just sucks, is the problem. I mean, if we're talking healing, you're talking Briv, maybe Karlak. A healer is rarely going to be enough to keep up your group. Just the way healing works in this game. Unless you're in the really early game. I mean, I forget what the calculation was, but it was an insane amount of time that it would have required Uriah's healing to heal up my Briv. Like, a ridiculous amount. The average is probably closer to E15. There's a lot of E10 buffs. Not many below that, but almost as many E20 range. And quite a few in the E40 range that will really drag up the average. Yeah, maybe average isn't the best term to use. I guess the idea is that is what a baseline buff is before you start adding multipliers. And some people just don't get those multipliers, and they're stuck in that range. So maybe like the base is a better term for that. Miria time, yeah. I'm seriously considering Vlanya and Brig in F, but I don't know. Maybe they are D. Minimum, maybe. Time marches on, 2 champions left, yeah. Two interesting ones for sure. We'll slap on into Miria. Da mommy. Miria. The Shadar Kai wizard. Lawful evil, no affiliation. They have bard utility, I guess. So, Miria, the kind of not tank. The only important comparison for Miria is she hotter than Valentine. Maybe one day we'll do an attractive tier list. That would probably bring out more vicious fights than ranking them based on their kit. People will ride or die for some. When you can wipe out all mobs on a boss level for quick Azaka farming. Yeah, but if you're... Well, yeah, exactly, guys, yeah, with a 10 stat scroll, but if you're trying to go for an Azaka farm, you do want more than that. Rig deserves F because Artemis. Smasher Pass Idol Champions Edition. But yeah, so, Miria, Mage of High Sorcery. She will increase the damage of adjacent champions by a good amount. This is increased in certain ways, we'll go into that. However, she also has zombie bodyguards. While Miria is alive, a zombie bodyguard that shares hit points with Miria appears in front of each champion in the frontmost column. This can also affect her. There's the zombie. Meat shield. When a champion in that column takes damage, the zombie bodyguard takes 90% of the damage instead, while the original target takes the remaining 10%. Dahani S tier an appeal, or I'd cut ya. Dahani will never make S tier. I will stand that ground. You're not for the blonde curly hair, so no for you. You'll take the Valentine potty pillow. That's white. That's not blonde. That's platinum, boy. It's Kinda sus, do you know how bird biology works? I know they have a cloaca. How you doing, Garo? With the raid. Right when I say cloaca, I forget how it's pronounced. How's everyone doing? We are working through the last seat 12, tier list. We are on to only Miria and Wyll left. So we're wrapping up here, looking at Miria. And with that, moving on to Soul Cage. When an enemy is defeated, Miria can capture its soul and gain a Soul Cage stack. Her maximum number of Soul Cage stacks is 1 for every 20 areas completed in the current adventure, rounded up. Miria increases the damage bonus of Mage of High Sorcery by 25% for each Soul Cage stack she has, stacking multiplicatively. So this is what is reaching Mage of High Sorcery so high right now, up to an E21, because we're at 100 out of 100 for Soul Cage. And you've been streaming for 420, light up, blaze it. It has been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Had a crow pet for a number of years, and she was a charming brat. Since vets weren't great with birds, in your area, you had to learn. So you do know bird biology. So you are familiar with the cloaca. Should we go into her specializations now? We'll go over clone first. Welcome, Raiders. Indeed, welcome. Miria maintains a stash of clones in her inner sanctum, with a count equal to her Soul Cage stacks. If Miria is defeated, a clone immediately appears and takes her place at full health. This does not reduce the number of stacks of Soul Cage. It is just the same number starting out. Her stash of clones are regenerated when the party changes areas. For each clone summoned in the current area, the effect of Mage of High Sorcery is increased, stacking multiplicatively. So as long as her clones are dying, she is still going to increase Mage of High Sorcery even higher. So, clearly this scales harder the further you can push. As she gains 1 for every 20 areas completed, that affects Soul Cage and her clone. Her feat recently became available. Maybe there is a new feat I haven't looked at. No, not that one anyway. Yeah, she can count as Tiefling with a feat, so she does have a glitch feat. And there are some cases in which Tiefling will be quite useful. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at her availability. Give me that pod emote. Parada, looking at you. Okay, not yet, any day now. I don't know when that's coming. There it is, Parada. To make this easier later, no, Caius. I make everything as difficult as possible. You know that. Case in point, I refuse to go seat by seat and I have to find them myself on the overall page. There we go. So, it's like next week probably. You really do. Hey, it's not fun if I don't. You use Miria to fight AoE attacks above 1950, like you said for Krydal. Thank you for the follow. I might have problems with my eyes. I swear I can't determine I's or L's in this app. I don't know if that's Rabir Wolf, or if that's an L. Let me know. Welcome. Oh, Rob Ironwolf, is that what it is? There, okay, yeah, I got there. There it is. How you doing? So, her specializations, she will choose to increase Mage of High Sorcery by the same amount between Lawful Champions, Int 15 plus champions, or unaffiliated champions. Miria is one of the best tanks in the game, like Krydal. She's a very unique one, yeah. Great, how you doing? Thanks for the seed videos. Hey, thanks for checking them out, and thanks for being here. How am I doing? Not great, I'm sick. But pushing through it. think Miria is best tank you can push forever and nothing one-shots her. Her not getting one-shot is nice, and the deeper you push, when it becomes more dangerous, she'll have more clones to work with. That is a problem. Like I said, she does not have a health item, but it is that she is less reliant on health. Yeah. Let's see. Was there anything beyond? Yeah, we'll throw out a bunch of unaffiliated. Excuse me, sorry. This cold. We'll throw out a bunch of unaffiliated to see what that can scale up to. I guess you technically work. Miria is whack with Warduke. It's the only sad part about her. Yeah, you lose the, I mean, I guess we could just use Warduke, actually. With Warduke doing his inversion, the zombies are not in the front line. But if Miria happens to be the current tank, it doesn't matter quite as much. Because, again, she's relying on her clones to stay alive, not health or damage reduction. You can actually create survivability past 1952, yeah. Glad to have you around for the info. Frontline DPS and Val. Like many things, Val solves all problems. I mean, yeah, if you were using Warduke, right, with the inversion, and he's in front, she'll then slap a zombie on Warduke. But we want to make an unaffiliated run. Val can't go any higher in S tier. We can make her a new tier. I'm gonna be honest, lately, I've been opting out of Valentine for my AA and using Birdsong instead for simplicity. The most valuable champion. Petition for S+ tier. She's at the top of S, come on. We'll clone her in S tier once we get an evil Valentine. If they make her evil for any reason, it'll just be through a feat. Okay, what was I doing? Right. We were going for unaffiliated. We'll just select that for now. I was gonna look at, Yeah, that is the only problem with her with clone, right? Is that it has to be her dying, and so she has to be in the front line with it, right? And being adjacent, that's not always the best scenario, but... So we're floating tier for those who are so far beyond the others. This is why they need to add Orin, the red, to the game. You just picked Val up in a time gate, haven't used her yet. She is very good. It's just a fact. Her buffing is okay, but then she scales positionals, and that is a very good mechanic by today's standards of the game. Add Peanut the Green. Huh? We talked about this already. It's going to be Evil Valentine that copies positionals to adjacent champs instead of DPS. I think you mused that. It's an old M&M ad. I do not remember Peanut the Green. Anyway, so yeah, let's take a look at some unaffiliated champs here. My brain is slogging because I'm sick. Been talking for a while, and that's, you know, the smartest thing to do when you're coughing and have a sore throat and mucus. Talking for 5 hours straight. Affiliation, unaffiliated. I'm just gonna use Bite Glow. I don't feel like thinking. I've made it complicated enough as it is on myself. Yeah, we'll go with Vin Ursa for fun. Yes, Spurty. Let's get Spurt up in her. Let's see. Who else do we want? Remember to hide. I've gone through 2 coffees and almost a full water bottle. Krond, we're not going to do Krond. We're making Warduke the DPS. For inversion. High heels green M&M. Now I don't. Oh wait, is that just the new green M&M? Dude, all I know about the M&M commercials is that Billy West is the red one, right? That's all I know. Turiel backline, it's true. We can throw Turiel in. We could just put Lae'zel here. Doesn't matter. Oh no, she's affiliated. We're going for unaffiliated. So we'll put Blushi here. And then Celeste for lulz. I mean, she does have the double buff, but I slotted evil. We'll just go with Blushi. Obligatory. Who is Warduke comment? There's only Warduck, but I don't have the duck skin. I can't be Warduck. Point. We could do Point. Or yeah, no, he is unaffiliated. Right. Let's see. Rhea's fun too, actually. I like Rhea. I don't get to see her used often enough. Oh, but I do need to move. Let's see. You need to not be there. And you. Let's do this. There we go. Why is music in loop? Because I go insane if I hear just silence. Sorry if it's annoying to you, Fog, but it's for me mostly. I would go crazy if I just heard nothing while talking to my computer. And I know I'm talking to you guys, but I think you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is just a 10-hour video of a song. So, see, it keeps me sane. I don't know how it makes you guys go crazy. Oh, if I just had silence in the background, I'd be going crazy. I could do the game music, but I use that in all of my videos, so I like to keep it different. But the big reveal, how big is the buff? Well, right now, we're looking at an E26, but we need to watch Miria start getting cloned out. So let's go deep. Deep. So this is with the unaffiliated bonus. We're reaching an E26. Not too bad at all. But let's get some clones dying. There we go. She's starting to die, getting slapped up. Each of these is multiplicatively increasing high sorcery until they're depleted. And that's just gonna keep on climbing until she dies. So she does give you some form of survivability in that you don't need high health on her to take the hit because she needs to burn through all 100 clones. And the harder she's getting hit, the worse it gets. Yeah, she just died. She capped out at an E36 for that last little bit. So ultimately she can scale really hard right when you need it, and she'll stay alive at least for a little bit. Plus Nintendo Music is unlikely to get YouTube strikes. It is, except for the only one I got stricken on so far is, well, it wasn't a strike either, but I had to share it. Dire Docks, for some reason, from 64. Just get Wanger's Ring Cycle. 40 is a lovely, quiet, soothing music. Was Warduck inverted? Not familiar with that, and I don't know if they're good on, because I like to post these on the YouTube, and not, because if I get a copyright strike, that just hurts the entire channel, but... Oh, my Miria item levels aren't very high. I have not invested in her that much. We're looking at full epic 350-ish. But still, ultimately, it's a good buff. And Valentine's not in either. I guess Valentine would be boosting it up, but I'm trying to showcase her as is. But Valentine, as it is a positional... Why didn't it switch? Would be buffing it up. I don't know. We'll just put her there. I guess we'll look at it directly on Warduke. Where are you at? There it is. Rite of the Valkyries is the most famous priest from it. I wonder if I've heard it before. I might have to look at that later. Expecting it to be all good as a ride. Okay, so yeah, it kept out at what, E37 it looked like? Being buffed by Valentine. So ultimately, it is a really good buff. It is kind of wonky in that she needs to be the one dying, and as an adjacent champion that buffs other tanks, you might not always have her in the front line, and you need her in the front line to be dying to clone. Because if you're buffing up high society when she's in the back, or high sorcery, and she's in the back, that doesn't do a lot for you. I mean, that's fair too, actually. No, I don't remember. Because I didn't think it counted for... Thought it was just her. I could be misremembering, though. Am I misremembering that? No, I need to figure that out. Because I very well could be. So it is redirect. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. I thought I was forgetting something. Yeah, he's just gonna die, though, is the problem there. So again, if we're talking like late in a run, she's still gonna need to be in the front lines. We're talking really late in a run, though, granted, but... Because we're talking a percent so high when you get that late that it's still gonna just kill the tank. And then she'll be left in the back. But again, we're talking late numbers. Or late areas for that. Ultimately really good, though. We haven't looked at her availability yet, have we? Let's dive into that real quick. So we are talking about an evil champion, so she is available for Mert. Let's see, does she have any... she does have a charisma boost, which will be important. That is all she has, though. Naturally available for Vajra with her con, and with her really high intelligence, available for Strahd, and with that charisma feat, available for Zariel. And she was released 437 days ago, so she is available for Elminster and will be for quite some time. And because of her fairly high TOT, with a good spread. Even without that charisma feat, she is available for all day ones. Yes, like Kaya said, 6 out of 6, 5 out of 5 for 22 months on Elminster. Including her feat, though. You do need that feat to get into Zariel. So good availability. As a unique tank, and a good buffer. Ultimately, an overall good champion. Previously, let's see here. We had her ranked. Oh, thank you for the follow, Fog. Hopefully the music isn't too bad for you. We had her in the A+. For those high areas, she is an amazing option, exceptional in tanking. Let's see. She still holds good numbers by today's standards. She has good utility, is positional, does find a place in some DPS's formations, can be used for Warduke, can be used for Krond, has a Tiefling feat, so viable even for Ashara. More than likely not Artemis, but you never know. There are shenanigans. Miria carried you through variants where you did more than enough damage, but the boss was armored and wiped your formation. Works well with Birdsong, yeah. Birdsong is another one of those where, while she is a DPS, I often consider just her a support. A DPS that offers their entire kit as a support tool is usually better served as a support. However, there are times where maybe that's all you have, so... But yeah, she is good in those scenarios, in the same light as Krydle, as Krydle will just flat evade. However, her buff is better than Krydle's. Both of them are pretty equal for availability. I guess other than the fact that, name. I just said Krydle is not available for Elminster. That's kind of the only shift between their availability. Krydle, depending on the kind of fight we're talking, can last indefinitely, is the thing. His mechanic, it depends on the fight, right? Let's say we're talking about an armored dragon in Trials of Mount Tiamat that is causing a fire breath every 5 seconds. As long as you have one healer in there, Krydle will evade it indefinitely. You do need some form of Bud going out. He does have his Bud auto attack, but if it's summoning ads, you'll need a Bud potion or something. But depending on the fight, as long as they're not attacking super fast, Krydle can indefinitely survive. Overall, Miria has better utility and numbers. But yeah, she is very flexible and usable for many formations. Probably not going to see her with Artemis or Dirge. But if you're locked out of Wyll, she's not a bad pick. Yeah, I do think she probably climbs to A+. Yeah, I really do think Gale does need to come down. I'm gonna put Gale down here for now. And with that, I think Miria goes just above Venersa. What do we think about that? Yeah, she's also one of the very few magic tanks in the game. Arguably better than Blushi. I mean, ultimately, I said Blushi's probably gonna be moved around. I do think she's still A+. Because I wouldn't call her a flat E36 for me. I got E36 on the hit she was going to die, right? Like, that's not going to be my permanent buff on Miria that I'm utilizing constantly. Whereas I can get Blushi to, like, an E36. Just straight out. And yeah, again, Belushi is evergreen. Belushi not better than Evelyn. I think that's arguable. I think they're close. She's well over E40 the last time you used her. That was without dying. But you have her 10k I think is a bit excessive to be a comparable number to an average. But again, we're talking A+ here for both of them. We're not saying either is bad. Excuse me. No, you are comparing him to a 50k item level performance. I never have. His numbers reach good numbers before that kind of investment. I do think he's probably still going to take a hit from his availability when we reassess, though. You would have thought you missed stream for sure. 4:45. 4:45. Oh, my stream uptime, is that what we're at? Yeah. These days we're often kind of calling it around the 5-hour mark because we get into more discussions and fights along the way. Binwin on the worst of the worst. Yeah, as a DPS with wonky synergies and scalings, he's just not a recommendation. Most want to stack side-by-side peers on top and just say they're close enough to be equal. Lower, because you can put her anywhere to get her positions wherever you want. By the way, Durgeon S tier, correct decision. How you doing, Rondo? You might put her above Nerys. Ooh. Evelyn and Miria are pretty similar. Overall, Miria is probably a slightly better tank when counting shenanigans. Evelyn is slightly higher buff. Not by that much since Miria scales off 3 pieces and Evelyn off 1. It's not pre-stack, but it's better scaling. How much you are craving the positive reinforcement. Oh, you know me. Miria has Elminster availability. Yeah. Over Evelyn, I'm guessing you're saying. You said Evelyn is ahead of Miria. You know Evelyn has support numbers, but Miria is the tankiest tank. I don't know if I'd consider her the tankiest tank, but with her shenanigans, she does have unique survivability for sure. I think they're probably side by side and pick your preference for who goes. I mean, I really do think all 3 of them. I could see Miria going, but then even talking about her with Nerys. Because Nerys, they kind of are seeing uses in different formations, aren't they? I guess Nerys is really only kept out of Krond. You're ignoring Belushi since you've agreed that Belushi will fall? I haven't agreed that she's gonna fall. I just said she's gonna stay in A+, whichever way that goes. Eva's Elminster too? Yeah, no, she's not. I wish seasons counted as Elminster availability, but Belushi, Evelyn, Miria, same spot but alphabetically listed. Can we move Nerys to F tier? Doesn't matter if he has good buffs / debuffs, if there is 0 ways to use them. What are you talking about? What do you mean 0 ways to use them? It's the main part of her kit, not shenanigans. Well, yeah. Yeah, probably doesn't mean guaranteed, Caius. Probably means I'm shutting you up for now. Yeah, he's getting boosted by the event buff for sure, but he's still really good. 100% the event buff. No. He was way easier to use for an early player to pick up, use, and benefit, whereas Miria needs some progress on the account overall to get that juicy. So does Evelyn. You need to be able to push to make Evelyn perform at her peak. Way more late in pick where Ev's... Because the whole Acquisitions Incorporated all scale for pushing. And Evelyn won't reach her peak numbers unless you can push. She's still good early, but... So it's like Caius is going to suffer the fate of Dark Warrior. I don't know where Dark Warrior's been. Busy with life, I guess. It's one of those who can't reliably use Ret for reasons, not least of which being... The event buff for Narak, E20, it's big, but not... Oh, it's nowhere near everything. Narak is very good without the event buff. It's absolutely giving him heaps more than he normally does. But we're talking, on average, he's going to be like an E30 to E35, plus his stunning strike, plus his positional buffing. He's amazing. He's really good, but the event buffs are dumb, yeah. You killed him. He came back for a spirit for a little bit. Oh, no, I'm not disagreeing with you, Narak. Caius. I'm disagreeing with someone else while agreeing with you, so I'm kind of ping-ponging there. It's been gone since you disintegrate. No, he came back the day after, as a ghost. You don't know where Dark Warrior went? Said the man who literally Thanos snapped him. He came back the next day, okay? I did Dr. Manhattan blow him up, but... yeah. That's gonna be a very hard one to convince me of, for sure. I'll probably be pretty stern on that. Antreus can scale harder than Miria, all things considered. But she is a tank that can actually take a hit in areas where you're otherwise not taking a hit. Toss Narak in without you... So put a familiar on his ult, and you'll get at least one. And then you just don't level him past 120, and you could even just leave it on his ult and it'll keep farming. He's really not that hard. Even if you're just using familiars. Although her numbers are actually close at reasonable item levels, 10k or lower. I don't even think 10k is necessarily reasonable for support, honestly. Is the S tier row clipped? You can barely see the champions here. Yeah, we'll be showing more, like, when the waiting room is gone, it'll be easier to see. We still have Wyll down there in the waiting room. 10k is the dismantle threshold. It is, but an average player isn't going to get all of their supports up to 10k. That faith argument, of course, a champion won't be as good if you don't actively use their kit. Like, if you just don't like using an active kit, okay. That doesn't make the champion bad, that just means you don't like using them. I am an advocate for using whoever the hell you want to use, but I'm not going to rank someone lower just because you don't like how they're used. You agree, except Shaka. So much Shaka hate. It's not like you don't believe in guys sometimes. Or, oh, I read that totally off. Kitty cat. There's my cat. It's not that you don't like using his kit, it's that his kit is impossible to use. again, that's just arguably not true. And I get if you're just saying your computer lags that hard, you can literally just slot a familiar, level him to 100, and it'll eventually get there, or high enough to be competitive. I'm not even saying get good. Like, sure, some people are going to be better at it, but there's ways to mitigate around it. It's not exclusively one way to level it up. Miria beside Evelyn, make it happen. Return your availability, banned word card. Playing PlayStation where there is no hold on ult? I thought it still even counted for 1 in that case, though. But maybe it doesn't. I would need to test that. Hunter's buff is restrictive enough that you could see Miria getting above him. It does? See, that's what I thought. I thought no matter what, on activation, it counted as 1. Yeah. You level him to 100, don't progress him past Stunning Strike, have a familiar on his ult, and he'll get 1 to 3, depending, each activation. Now, maybe that's different now, and I'd have to test that on a different run, but... Miria. You value Miria so much because your other champions will die. Your Briv can get stomped at high enough, at a certain point. But Miria for survivability is just the best. You're often not bothered by the mini reaction game. Yeah, I definitely can see her. Wyll, for the sake of discussion on Tuesday, we'll have Blushi, Evelyn, Miria near each other for now. Because I don't think she doesn't deserve that. It's just thinking about everything. I mean, I think they all belong in A+, no matter what, one way or the other. I mean, she can sneak into a lot of formations. She can. She can be used in Kron. She can be used in Morduk. I mean, if you're in a severe lockout, you can use her in Absolute, but ideally not, obviously. As the next champion we're going to talk about, Wyll. Wyll. You kind of like Miria and Morduk because then the squishy people get the zombies. You could just bump up Crux. I think you know exactly how I can fight that, Caius. How many farm gems have you lost keeping this open? Keeping this what open? Santa would be good in this list. Oh, adventure. I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't care about that as much as I used to. I still farm overnight, but I'm not like diehard farming during the day. Rex ult is a contentious side of the issue, or is they're on record apologizing for it not turning out the way they hoped intended. I don't know. I'm against that. I've already stated that when we went over him on Seed 8. I think he's fine. But that's me. Heretic, the gems must flow. Wyll is S tier, bump down a tier for restrictiveness, then bump back up because LOL numbers. Yeah, it's one of those things. Since we're beating a dead horse, let's talk about Egbert. No, that egg has cracked. Wyll. We'll just dive into Wyll. We've talked about him so much throughout the seats that if you've been around, we've probably brought him up at some point and how Folk Hero works, and his synergy with the absolute adversaries. And that's entirely because of Folk Hero. Wyll increases the damage of all champions that belong to the most represented race, class, or affiliations in the formation by an amount. If there is a tie, all tied groups gain the buff, and champions who are a part of several groups can gain multiple stacks of the buff, up to a maximum of 4 stacks. So this is a, right now, mediocre, but there are other ways to scale it. But ultimately, it itself is a good buff, and then it is pre-stack multiplicative technically 4 times. If you can get 4 or 4, it is the hardest buff in the game with investment. It just is. You only dislike Nerys ult when the original 3 goes really fast, like you weren't ready. Wyll is a love-hate situation, kind of. You're happy for the people who find no issue with him. Sadly, you're not one of those people. See, but that's the point to me. That's one thing that always kind of confuses me. 100% of the champions are not going to please 100% of the people 100% of the time. I do not feel like you should shoehorn yourself in to design things so milquetoast and the same and homogenized that it all just ends up being exactly the same. My kind of autism definitely benefits from an ult like Nerys. I like hyper-focusing on something. That actually helps me. I like that. You can get the same team every time. It's all love. Valentine with Artemis is the heart. Well, I'm saying single buff in the game, Caius. Issue with Nerys ult, drop ult cooldown, and left ult damage. Although that's because they reworked how his ult cooldown is with his kit, I think. And magical was the same number as ult cooldown. Anyway, so that is between, again, with Folk Hero, up to 4 with races, classes, and affiliations. Those of you who don't know might say, well, how do I get 4 when there's only 3 categories? Some people count for multiple races, including the glitch feat these days. Some people have multi-class, like Jaheira is a fighter druid, so she can count for both. So, if you are looking for Jaheira, you would want to set up the scenario where her race, her class, and her affiliation are all there. So right now, she's going to be getting 4 out of 4, as they're the only 2 slotted. Folk Hero, 4 out of 4. However, we have not fully scaled up Folk Hero to its heights yet, so we're going to look into that deeper. Dirge counting for 4 would be amazing. It would, which is a huge problem I have with Wyll. But we'll get into that. So, how else do you scale Folk Hero? Well, he's absolute adversary, so we have Seramorphosis. Your formation gains a Seramorphosis stack due to the Mind Flayer tadpole in Wyll's brain, and will increase the effect of Folk Hero by an amount per Seramorphosis stack. So, like most of the absolute adversaries, he scales very heavily with other Seramorphosis champions. Jaheira plus nerds can get 4 to 4 Woke Hero stacks. Woke Hero? Is that what I just said? Folk Hero stacks. Haven't tested any other champions than those 2 yet. Yeah, you can get it with Jaheira nerds, and there's a couple others. There's also a few champions with more than 1 affiliation. That isn't like, who was there was one that stood out for that. Woke Hero. Strix, yeah. Strix with Waffle and, Waffle Crew and Acquisitions. If you keep that even, she'll double down on the affiliation side. But yeah, so, why? Oh no, it is at 2, okay. So we'll go ahead and throw in some Seramorphosis people. I should, as soon as I clicked it, I knew I should have done it by hand. Ah, man. Let's see. Gotta get rid of this clutter. There is a reason there are so many familiars on my screen for absolute adversaries, and it's also because of Wyll, but we'll get to that when we look at his specializations. 11 hate A, Ceramorphsis design, and you guys Mithril Hall stacks at the same time. They're often totally dependent on their affiliation. Yeah, a lot of times I wouldn't say they're totally dependent, but it does make it restrictive for sure. Also, Arkhan, that C12 so irrelevant, yeah. Autocorrect blocks woke, that's funny. Veronica can make others count for black dice. Strix Evelyn count for acquisitions and Waffle Crew. Strongheart can count as the most numerous affiliation. Yeah. Averin, 4 of 4 folk hero. What, is he multi-class? I actually don't remember. Oh yeah, Sork Lock, okay. But, yeah. So. It's great to make a powerful synergy affiliation, and it sucks that only Karlach is any good without the rest of AA. Yeah, Wyll alone, without other Ceramorphosis, was pretty low. Like what you would consider that, you know, that we're not, that flat buff, I don't know what to call it anymore. But now that I've got some Ceramorphosis in here, we're looking at an E20. Arkhan also has 2 affiliations, yes, but sharing C12, so you can't use them with Wyll. Wyll with side of waffles sounds like a terrible plot. But yeah, so in this scenario, we've got some Ceramorphosis out here, not 10 of 10, but enough to make Dirge count for 3 out of 4. Folk Hero. We're at 3, and that's bumping it to an E56. So someone who can get 4 of 4 is going to benefit greatly from that. Actually, with this affiliate, or with this formation, what does it look like with Jaheira? Half-Elf Fighter Absolute. So we would need another Druid. Let's, just for the sake of this... Oops. Druid Fighter, Absolute... Oh, right, we would need to bump down some Absolute for her. Right. We could just do it with Nerds. It's easier with Nerds, because Nerds counts as every class. Not every class, but a lot of classes. So as it stands, what are we looking at? Cleric, Rogue, Fighter. We need one more class from their classes. Cleric, Rogue, Fighter. As they count as all Fighter, Ranger, Bard, Cleric, Rogue, and Wizard. So we could throw in a Wizard. In, we could throw in Dynahair. Then we're a Cleric, Rogue, Wizard, Fighter. So that's already 4 of 4 for the Nerds. You don't even have to worry about race or affiliation. Let's, who else could we throw in right at... I mean, I guess we could throw in just Minsk for... because he's a ranger. Let's see, let's get another Ceramorphosis. Could we? Let's see. We can't overcap on Cleric. What could we do here? Probably have missed a lot over here. I've been thinking too much of this. Wyll's better than without his affiliation. Yeah. Because Wyll is why they gave... Oh, I missed that. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I'm going to Brainworm feed. E33. If you 3-stack is 1 Ceramorph, is a strong buff. Will's A- without AA, and a hard S with BBEG. Willy Wonka true. Viconia. Oh, wait. I mean, actually, we could just throw in, we could just do that, right? Yeah. Thus we see the first concern for Wyll. His puzzle is entirely a reasonable mess. Fun for some, a mire of, oh wait, that undid it all for others, yeah. It's really, Nerds is the easiest one to work around because of so many classes. But, so we're looking at Folk Hero, 4 out of 4, for me, doing an E74. it's one of those things too. So we'll look at his specializations real quick to show off why I had so many familiars out. Where you at, bruh? Where you at? There you are. So, we are looking at Folk Hero increased on champions with a melee attack. Increased Folk Hero for each familiar assigned to the party, stacking multiplicatively. Or increasing Folk Hero by 25% for each champion in the formation with a magical attack, stacking multiplicatively. So, I'm not gonna do the absolute maximum here, but I'm gonna throw out some familiars to stack it up more. And that alone, what are we looking at now? We are looking at an E79 buff from Folk Hero, 4 out of 4. You only have to do it once, though. What are we talking about? Oh. Maybe zone out there. How much do the Ceramorphosis stacks matter? We'll look at it again. So, Ceramorphosis is now with 8, scaling the base of Folk Hero by E11, getting him up to an E21 base with just one application of Folk Hero. So now that we're quadruple downing on it, we're looking at that E70, what was it? There it is. E79. You haven't had to think about Wyll folk stacks even once in the 200 Elminster variants you've done after the first time. I mean, and again, it depends on how hard you can push on your own and not have to worry about it. But if you're looking to maximize it, if any restriction hits any of the champions you've put in your safe formation, you definitely need to relook at it. Because even one little shift can make it break. But at the end of the day, it's still just a good buff. With Dirge, though, there is currently no way to get 4 out of 4 with Dirge, which is unfortunate. And even to get Dirge 3 out of 4, you have to make some compromises in a Ceramorphosis team. As you can see with my previous team, we have to throw in Egbert to get another Dragonborn, since we need the races to count for the Dark Urge. And he's a Paladin, which doesn't conflict with the absolute adversaries. And then we throw in Valentine, as she is a Sorcerer, and he needs another Sorcerer. So, there are some other things you can do, though, like you can throw in Birdsong over Valentine, and then you still have DPS to work with to be adjacent to Dirge. And that's still gonna fit it because Tabaxi and Bard are fine for the races. And even then, yeah, I mean, there's a few ways you can go about it. But there is no way to get Dirge 4 of 4 currently in the game, as he only has a race, a class, and an affiliation. Throwing in Egbert is never a compromise. That's okay, when that third stack is worth E40, you pay only having an E10 buff. If it only gets to 2 Folk Hero, that's still a stupid buff. It's still good enough to keep. Yeah, absolutely. On its own, again, we're not talking, like Kaya said, Artemis plus Valentine observing everything. We're talking as a standalone buff, it can scale to be the best buff in the game. You can get 4 of 4 if you get Veronica on him. A, that's incredibly hard to do, and B, that throws out another Ceramorphosis champion and makes it harder to work around. I mean, I guess as an Eldrin Druid, maybe not. I've never got Dirge on her, ever. I've tried multiple times. I have yet to even get Dirge to proc on her. Jamila, oh boy. Extra Folk Hero stack is over Ceramorphosis. Not wrong, but again, getting Veronica to land on Dirge is something you cannot rely on. Second concern with Wyll is he requires a decent amount of champs unlocked. Not even a concern once you're looking at Elminster, of course, like you do with Gale. Of course, the big thing is numbers, reworks, simply speculation, not a major concern replacement. Yeah. No, he doesn't benefit necessarily quite as much on a new account, but he's still really good, especially if you plan to go into the absolute adversaries. Willy Wonka, Nerds, Lizel, Karlak, Valentine, Shadow, E63 buff from Folk Hero with about 500 item level on Wyll. Enough formation power to get Nerds setting 630 Bud in the Zerix's campaign. It's hard for me to recommend Nerds since they're completely unusable in Patrons. I guess other than, hello, can't think. Elminster, wow. But they're not long for the Elminster world, right? How long is Nerds, I think they've only got like, what, 50 days left? I forget what it is though, I could be wrong on that. You could reset until you get the champion one on Veronica. Can you? Yes. Is that ever advisable? Not in my opinion. RNGing through that many champions to get a single standalone champion out of 3 options, it's not a good chance. It's not something I would ever rely on. He gets E20 just from doing Elminster variants. You know, with a full-scaled Gale, he's still gonna pump out good numbers once the event buff is gone. But he does require that farming through the through Elminster. Yeah, it's just, man, at the end of the day, it is such a good buff. But yeah, skills with Ceramorphosis, skills with, depending on your pick, potentially familiars, but he also has Bravado, where each time an enemy or distraction is defeated, Wyll increases Folk Hero again, stacking multiplicatively up to 10 times. Now you might be thinking, hey, there's not always a distraction. Well, he has a feat to always cause imp distractions to spawn, so he will potentially not only be useful for that, but can force spawn distractions if you happen to need one for a patron run you're not seeing them on or something. But he can guarantee they spawn, no matter what, to scale Bravado. Ultimately, he is just really, really good. But let's look at his availability. We are looking at a good boy, so available for Mert. Naturally higher con, and let's take, he does have he has a strength one, so keep that in mind, but that is his only ability score increase. Yeah, so naturally available for Vajra, available for Strahd with his intelligence, and with that strength feat available for Zariel, and naturally available for Everyday one, and is new enough to be available for Elminster for quite a while, only being 157 days old. So, really good availability, just requiring a single feat for Zariel, and otherwise available for everything. Very good, very good. Good availability, one of the best buffs in the game. 2 knocks about it, not positional. If it was, you'd be able to scale it to stupid numbers. But that does make him not necessarily ideal for the likes of Artemis. And it can be annoying to work around. And a huge knock, in my opinion, is that it is naturally not synergistic with his own affiliation. That's the most annoying thing, is releasing Dirge, and it's you have to go through hoops to make him work. I don't think you should have to. For the DPS of his own affiliation. Kind of weird. Wyll is eligible for Zarya with his strength feat, yeah. He gets to 10 strength and has 16 charisma. You got the bike. I told you guys, I told you. Yeah, because he has the +1 strength feat, and that gets him viable. The Wyll we have in-game now is at least powerful version. Is the least powerful version they had. Not strong or evil, Kron no bonk. Yeah, that's like not positional, so not ideal for Kron, Warduke, or Artemis. has huge numbers to maybe justifiably be used with them anyway. Absolutely used in just about anything else, though, if you can. He is a very good overall champion. Let me clear the clutter now, though. And that's the question. Is his ceiling high enough to justify S, as many people want him to be? How much investment before he really pops off? Honestly, not much. I have him at 1K-ish, 1,500-ish. But really, you don't necessarily need that. Because again, his low ball is still just a 4-stacking multiplicative. May be wrong, but event buff is currently 5 times on this. Remember, since preset his debuffs, but I mean, he hit it best. His buff's gonna be 18 for me. Yeah, we'll see when it happens. There's been a lot of bugs with it, Synox. How long is that one up for anyway? A week. A week and a day. Wyll's just behind Dirge. The S or gate or S A+. Despite lacking positional buff. That buffs? buff. I mean, previously, he did climb to the A+. I do think his restriction... Oops. AA is strong affiliation, you're not sacrificing to use them. No, I think Dirge definitely belongs in S. A DPS that is literally always available, who also has good scaling. That's going to be very difficult to convince me to pop him out of low S, I think. Ner's numbers dropped a lot after event buffs, but availability is just worth... He was a little easier to use, but they intentionally made him to be an asshole. Perhaps Wyll needs to go to S, but Karlach should bump up too. Ner's might not be S on pure numbers, but he scales good enough and his availability is DM level. And I think availability from a DPS perspective on that level is worth its weight in gold. Having someone you've invested in always be available as your core damage dealer. That's so important. That's so important. Noob friendly too. Sort of wish you knew about the details of him when you popped your first time gate. Oh, William. William. Item levels still going to Briv, but once they're not, you can safely say you would never invest in Artemis over Dirge. Dirge can be any variant, even though you can only use category 1. Yeah, I believe the only time you're ever going to be locked out of Dirge is if they force someone else in his seat to be a part of the run. That will be the only time. Although that you're starting to put real item levels into AA, you started with Karlach because AA is so squishy. Yeah. Would you recommend Dirge for a first time gate? First time gate's a rough one. There's so many ways you can go with that. Because on one hand, if you're going to lean into AA, Lae'zel's probably a better start. because you'll get your speed going right away, and she can be used as a damage dealer in the meantime. So if you are going to lean into AA, I'd probably say Lae'zel. Yeah, Caius actually agrees with me on something. Yeah, and an early slot. So even though she's not going to be your endgame DPS, it's someone you're investing in anyway, that is speed, that can serve as your DPS in Seat 2. I would probably recommend Lae'zel first, in the scenario of you intend on investing in the AA. Shut up, Pirata. Say Lae'zel, even if you're not. Only puts you back one champion and you don't need to invest anything. I mean, she definitely scales a lot better the more you do get, but yeah. Yeah. Oh, Wyll. Such a good buff. Such an annoying one to work with. His availability is really good though, and that's definitely a plus as well. And even if you can't get 4 of 4, it's still a really good buff, but doesn't necessarily synergize with everybody. Man. And I will say, Rondo, that's kind of the scenario I'm looking at right now. But to worry if newbie me needs to use the corrupted crystals on Minsk tadpole or not. That's it. Like, and Minsk probably isn't going to make the endgame AA team, right? But can he be useful in early game speed with Ceramorphosis? He can. Hard to argue with the single best buff, but to make it in the absolute scenario is difficult in some cases, and you often have to throw in some give and take. And he still, again, doesn't necessarily have a place in every... Like, there's always a give and take with Folk Hero. It's almost never a, oh, everything just worked. And that does suck. But, Max woke stacks. I mean, Karlach probably could put out pretty decent. Folk Hero was not designed by Bethesda, it just works. Good step away from the positionals. It is, but again, other than Dirge, who also doesn't work perfect with it, you have like what, the Nerds and maybe Jaheira. Like, while it is a positive step in that direction, we're still not to a point where it's globally useful. Or useful in too many scenarios. I don't think it's even close, especially when you toss in the... His availability is definitely a positive mark for him. Karlach is a good DPS, she doesn't need Ceramorphosis to perform. Ceramorphosis scales her health share, yeah. Which again, I still think that was kind of a knock against her on one hand, but it does make her unique. She's the AA that performs without AA, yeah. It's not even ease of use is the problem. It's not about it being easy or not, it's about you do have to give and take. You are always also losing something to gain his maximum buff, which is usually worth it, but that's still a negative. Gale is kind of good without AA too. Yeah, you can make Gale work with others. He's kind of like Karlach that way. She also doesn't really need gear. Her scaling mostly comes from getting her stacks up and doing... Oh, Karlach, we're talking. Yeah. Wyll requires sacrifice. Take an E10 buff instead of an E20 buff to enable an E80 buff, you're winning. I don't think that's always the scenario there, Kais, but, I mean, I do know what you're saying. I just think the anti-synergy with a lot of the scenarios, like, I mean, he does just have... I'm gonna put him up here just for now to take a look. Gale was designed to work without AA for Elmo Run in 3 years from now. Yeah, long way down the line, but he's very good for Elminster. And with how many people are locked out for the one specialization pick. Same can be said about Valor Artie. You have to build a formation around them, but there's usually no give and take. That's the difference. No matter what, you're usually having to lose something that would otherwise synergize with your group. You don't have to do that with those teams. You do build them that way, but because for Wyll, he literally actively works against Krond and Warduke with positionals and strength/evil. With Artemis, he's not a DPS and not a positional user. There's a sacrifice happening. Are you generally benefiting in the long run? Probably, but counterpoint Wyll formations use Egbert. Gonna head out for now at 1 a.m. Hope you feel better soon, and thanks for the stream. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good day, Lurking Rider. Easier for you to pop Karlach in a random team, as I compared to Jim. There's a line with buff that outweighs one's an A+. Trade Egbert for Kira, and who do you add? Birdsong? In reference to what now? Art formations have give and take with champion choices and positioning. Yeah, but again, you're not like slotting someone that just straight up doesn't work with the core idea of what you're putting together. You can have both Egg and Orkira. Yeah, but why are you using Orkira with AA anyway? These days with Gale. His numbers are just hard to deny on top of his uniquely good availability, I will say. See, but again, that's still different, Caius. That's not the point I'm making. There's give and take in any formation, but with Wyll in particular, you're giving up on the entire synergy of that formation and what is supposed to work with it, is my point. Again, at the end of the day, is it usually worth it? Probably, but it is still anti-synergistic. You're giving up a positional, you're giving up, because in Artemis, I'm not looking to give up a positional, ever. But it is hard to deny his raw numbers. It really is. Yeah, but I don't defend Torgar being the best in slot. That's just me being lazy. I will allow what you said. No one's ever done it, but it's the 6.9. I thought I've already allowed slut because someone else did that. But save the formation and you don't have to I mean, yes, but then as soon as you're hit with a restriction, you very much do with Wyll. I'm a dirty little availability slut. There it is. Oh, that should have played the, Okay, that should have also done your TTS, but I'll read it out. Throwing this in so that you can celebrate the last seat with the advertised voice line. I'll have to look into that. It should have read that out. I apologize. Oh, well, it should have done the voice line and what you typed, is what I mean. It should have TTS'd your message. I don't know why it didn't. I'll have to look into that. Don't say I never did anything for you. When I allow something, Kaisa generally adds that term it blocked out to my permitted list. I think it's because it was capitalized. It was different than what it was before. Technically. Put Wyll next to the biggest potential buffer you feel is appropriate. No, Wyll belongs in S. Again, it is really hard to justify his, or not justify, but to deny his raw numbers and his unique availability. It is good. And he does just pump out great numbers. Caius and his really big heart. Now, it is true. It's just, his numbers are just literally the singular best buff in the game. And that has to be worth something. Really annoying to work around in a lot of scenarios. And we need better synergy in their own affiliation. I don't think that's deniable. That we should, at some point, get better synergy within his own affiliation. Big, long, girthy buff. I think for the time being, this is what we're looking at. What did you come back to? We are talking about Wyll and his enormous buff. Feel Wyll should be S or top of A+, but a lot of that hits, again, with the miss that it requires, which is absolutely a reason for a lower consideration of sport only. Above Dirge Coward? No. Maybe you can argue that on Tuesday, but today, no. Girthy, right. Now, it really is one of the best scaling buffs in the game, and when set up right, is the singular best buff in the game. And with his availability, that has to matter. It does. But it is incredibly awkward, like Caius is now saying. Yeah, I think if he's going to be an S, which I don't necessarily think he shouldn't be, it would be on the lower end because of how wonky it is. But it's hard to deny the raw numbers it can pump while also being a readily available champion. I mean, it really... And to be frank, I was only teetering between high A+ to low S. So it wasn't like I got pushed into it. I was just... It is a... I really, really hope we get a way for it to better synergize with his affiliation. That's the biggest thing. It's been a little over 5.5 hours. You can't be tired already. I'm also sick. We're barely halfway through the 10-hour mark. Would be nice if you had more than... more familiars to support Wyll, yeah. It's definitely more of the mid to late game boost to him for sure. Make it seem like that divide of all of them isn't the biggest one. I mean, yeah. It's true. At the end of the day, it's a puzzle game. Should mark him down for being more difficult puzzle. It's not even really a puzzle. Sometimes you just can't make it fit. That's the problem. Sometimes it literally is a puzzle piece that doesn't fit the puzzle. Down the road, Wyll might see other easier slots. It's pretty equal, better numbers eventually. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Rack. You haven't really dipped into variants too much, but you feel like once you set up Wyll, once he's mostly good to go. I mean, in general, right? But especially when we're talking about the absolute adversaries, they get divided pretty heavy in TOT, and you really do kind of need to make a formation for every TOT restriction for them if you're running that direction, because as soon as a few of them get knocked out and you have to put something else in, it really messes with it. It really does. You hate when you can't make it fit. Hefty buff makes it worth the fit generally, yeah, and that's why he's climbing into S, is the raw numbers he has and scalings is just good. It really is. Some of the best, well, if not the singular best buff in the game when worked with right. So, yeah, I mean, that has to count. If he had, like, spurt availability, I would never put him in S, but his availability is really good, too. So, being within that 78 TOT restriction while being available for everything but Zariel, only having to bump to a 79 TOT to be in Zariel and be in everything, that's really good. It really is. Plus an excuse to use Egbert with Dirge. Got your RD to 3k item level. You're moving away to work on AA, so you can do... Yeah, that's the biggest problem with Artie, is the lack of Elminster. You'll admit that you only use AA for Elminster variants right now. They don't have legendaries, and they're only around 3,500 for you. But whatever they got from being shiny during their events. You have them all unlocked, they just kind of work. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you can use all of them, Ceramorphosis stacks so well, it makes them all good. There is no direct absolute adversary. I'm not talking beyond, you know, like Viconia, Minsk, but the actual absolute adversaries, they are all just good and work together really well. It's true. But without legendaries, they crush even the harder Elminster variants. Yeah, no, they're good. They're really good. It wasn't playing super heavy when they were coming out. You have all unlocked, but not full epic. Yeah. And they do all scale generally really good with gear too. Less so Karlach, in that she requires more the Zariel pushing, and Gale with Elminster. But those that have pre-stack Ceramorphosis scalings do scale good with gear as well. Seems like they work together 90% but have awkward little things that don't make sense, yeah. Elminster is a great way to get anyone available for him to full epic, true, with patron chests. So yeah, I think this is what we're looking at for now. Job's done. But again, Tuesday, we will be looking back over this, and we are going to be fighting to the death over some potential slips up and down that might happen. Just need the Dirge human glitch feat? Yeah, even more so for reasons which we're not going to talk about. Love it. Thank you, Tyredack in chat. Thanks for coming in, Rondo. Good to see you around again. But yeah, so Tuesday, we'll go into fight mode. Benwin S tier, ready your arguments. I do want to preface though. You know, I mean, we briefly went over this, and at the end of the day, I will have the final say. It is my tier list, but you guys have talked me up and down of a lot of things, so I'm pretty open to hear arguments. Just be prepared that I will have the final say, but I'm more than willing to hear any potential arguments. And we will mostly just be shooting the shit on Tuesday and moving some things around. After that, we might do, depending on how long that takes, it'll either be Thursday or later Tuesday. Maybe we'll do some just fun tier lists, like stupid ones, or maybe just a quick speed tier list, a quick, you know, something, I don't know. Beyond that, further down the week, we'll see what happens. We might dip into more unique things. And just for everybody too, we're in the cooldown period now. If you're just here to see where people got placed, here's the tier list. This is where everything is placed for now. Stream done, but we're gonna chat for a bit. You mostly like the tier list, you kinda hope we don't change much. There's a few things I suspect are gonna get fought on, but overall, yeah. See, Rockrus is already, yeah, so, no, okay, you make an excellent point. Fix yourself up Tuesday so you don't have to cough between yelling at Caius. We'll see. I do think this isn't going to be like a normal 2-week cult for me. I already feel it, even though I'm a little, you know, under the weather. I think it's getting better, so. You believe the argument is useless DPS are more useless than nearly useless supports. E4 buff or whatever is likely better than what Benwin brings to the table. Yeah. Speaking of silly tier lists, you might buy Cosmic Nightmare Veronica skin. Oh, are we talking the idea of a cosmetic tier list? Is that why that? You just watched the Final Fantasy discussion VOD and commented, but did YouTube delete that comment? Which video was if it's the video I uploaded right before stream, I haven't checked comments yet. Otherwise I would have. I'll take a quick look. We'll pop in. Everyone say hi to Virgil. But 4 or 5 last night. Let me see. Because if it was last night, I should have replied. Notice them Kane's thighs. Yeah, I don't see it. I do not see a comment on the... You said it was VOD 4 or 5. Yeah, no, last night. Yeah, there's nothing. I hate to say it, but yeah, I don't see anything. So YouTube must have sniped it. YouTube hates me with comments. They really do. More useless F tier is the useless tier. And the lower the tier is, the more useless. You think we're gonna get more fights about the lower tiers? That would be actually funny, though. Alright, let's see what I missed while I was looking that up here. But their designs are cool. Played the game for a little over a year, it's still pretty casual. Might be nice to have a quick list. Looking for early time gates. Oh, an early time gate. That's a little difficult. We'll talk about that in a second. Sorry for the repost. You want to do foul play for Elminster today. Does anyone know what the best champs to push, root, slow, or stun for Elminster? You can take a quick look at that. You even think I would agree with... You don't think you're wrong in saying... Wrong in saying what? Then again, ISP does that sometimes with YouTube, hates you. Either way, the summary, Final Fantasy playthroughs, and the retro tag here on Twitch are a great channel starting point, and you would highly suggest it. It'd be great, fun thing to see done, starting at Final Fantasy 1 and seeing how your audience here and there takes it. Yeah. You said this list is not... Oh, okay, guys. I see what you're saying, yeah. Alright, so I'll go through a few of those things. Yeah, that's one thing. Well, I don't know if we'll start that next week. We might come... Depending on how much we wrap up Tuesday, it might come in a week, next Saturday. We'll see. I would like to hear from other people, those of you who are left. I never look at my viewer list. I probably should. But for those of you still here, thank you for watching. But also, if you would like to see me cover something other than Idle Champions, let me know, and I'll consider it. On the docket is potentially Final Fantasy 1 onward. We would see how those go. There's also the option of just doing silly tier lists, maybe even of real-life things. Like stealing from Wubby, Pop-Tart tier list or something. I know a lot of people consider me a tier list guy, even though the only tier list I've ever done is of Idle Champions. But that's what most people know me for. So we could lean into the tier list thing for just fun, stupid things. Best thighs. Or just games in general. In previous streams, D&D-esque older RPGs were mentioned, and that's a possibility. Have you heard of the fan remix of Final Fantasy 1 called Final Fantasy Renaissance? I don't think I have. You agree? You just know, immediately look up the list. Yeah, and that's even what's hard about if we tried to do a tier list of Time Gate champions, is it depends on what you want to go for. It really does. Like we said, if you're going to lean into AA, I would absolutely start with Lae'zel first, right? But if you want to try to build a speed team early, and you're not going to rely on AA, then it's totally different. If you don't care about speed and you want to lean into pushing, that's totally different too, because I know there are people who are dead set on not caring about speed. So it's hard to give an overall... hard to give an overall thing for that. I could give like personal recommendations, but... a discussion of different strats, it's something we could like at least talk about, yeah. But I mean, in this, like, by today's standards, I would probably lean into the AA entirely, if I was just starting out. You dirty little availability, redacted, off to bed you go, see ya. See ya, Parada, thanks for always stopping in. You can category Time Gate tier list. Hey, that one is definitely a more difficult tier list to do, for sure. Maybe find a way to work around it. You would say that Lae'zel first is an excellent choice for everyone, and then you'd really consider hard just grabbing everyone else in the AA group. Get pushing power, be able to knock down really everything up to mid Witchlight. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at too, actually, like almost exactly. Because you can even use them as a pseudo farm up until then you start, you know, once you have a solid AA team, then start investing your item levels into Briv to work on a gem farm. And then start collecting speed champions along that way while using the AA. More useful might be a list of champions ranked highly on the main tier list that aren't good early choices. We're having a great minds think alike moment. I mean, for someone starting out like now too roughly when AA was starting to come out, that is absolutely what I would recommend. Because there is just the scenario of, even though there's going to be multiple people at the top, you're not going to pair Artemis with Dirge, you know? It's, yeah. But that is tier list is a hard format for that, I think. But again, if we just go off personal recommendation, it's a bit different. When someone has an idea of different strategies, can start to discuss different... Was that supposed to be formation? Can be a nice series. Val might be the exception. Val is strong choice for even, like, your second time gate. Yeah, no, Val is really strong and useful in most scenarios. The only difference is if you are going to invest in Briv early, sharing the seat makes that a little difficult on an early account. Maybe less a list and more of a starter tips, yeah. I would actually contest. This might be a hot take, but I think Birdsong's better than Valentine for an early AA team for a filler. You want to invest in Briv overly early? Yeah. But I wouldn't invest in Valentine before Briv, I don't think. If you're picking Lae'zel first, Val could immediately be put to use. I mean, technically, yeah. Stream was sponsored by Birdsong. A wide range of people in the community here. A tier list of your followers. Yeah, that wouldn't be controversial. Who's gonna give me more money? That would be cancer. Donner and Minsk need to move apart because their icons look bad next to each other? Well, okay, hold on. Let me see this here. Why do they look bad next to each other? Just because Donner's sword is huge? He's not gonna look good next to anyone, though. Definitely pick up Val before Briv, if you're being honest. Briv really comes into his own when you can put, like... Epic in his... Yeah. While watching these streams, you noticed there was champion setup you did not know, like Orkira's, so video focusing on setup would be helpful to you. I mean, I covered a lot of that stuff in my original overview. It is dated by today's standards, though, because that was a long time ago. Down to F along with Caius. He needs to be on the far right, just so he's not interacting with someone with his sword. On a Xerxes AA formation. Let's see. Positioning is always weird in Xerxes. Let's see, what should I pull up for this? Let me see here. And I mean, it also highly... I mean, I guess you did say AA specifically. But yeah, while I'm just looking at this, seeing if I can make anything even remotely cohesive. If anyone could think of anything, again, what they might want to see, whether it's from Elminster Xerxes AA, specifically Elminster. Where did I missed something here. What was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought looking at something else. What was I saying? Good golly, I don't remember. Is there an AA spreadsheet that I would expect there would be on the Discord? I really don't peruse the Discord as often as I should. Discord is just generally not a format I'm huge on unless I'm just in a small group. LOL, your link died. Digging your way out of F tier with helpfulness. Let's see. Links are being eaten. Yeah. Let me see here. Trusted for 10 seconds? Ooh, that's a reach. No. What we can do though, can you just send it to me on Discord and I'll just link it? Every time you agree with him, Kais, you get pushed down a tier. Or, let me see here. I don't remember. Does, oh well. There it is. Caius, that's your butthole. That's the wrong link, dude. Made you look. Interesting. Hey, Sure Shakens. I might have missed it if you replied. Are you still rocking a D4 season, Sure Shakens? I think I asked you at the beginning, and I either missed it or maybe you didn't catch it. Yeah. Let's This is the doc Kai sent, where there's a spreadsheet there, and this would be the recommendation he sent as far as the formation goes. I'm kind of curious to take a look at it myself. You played. Kind of over it at this point. Game's a lot better than it was, though. Yeah. You've been here the whole time, just running patrons. Okay. Maybe I only asked in my head and I'm stupid. What's next? How to build the best Project Zomboid's base. It wasn't clear to chat. You did not send a picture of his butthole. He was playing along. Yeah, no, guys. He did not send me his butthole. It was really funny, though, because the term butthole blocked that message. I could have just left that message blocked. You like the spreadsheet? You've been using it. Thank you for clarifying. You know, that was a joke. 99% of what I say is sarcasm. If you don't know that yet, you should learn it soon. I believe in ridiculous humor, dark humor, and stupidity. Without it, I would not exist. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to close it actually. Me too, or you wouldn't have played along? Yeah. It is fair to clarify though, I guess. I didn't think anyone would take it seriously. With a long pause before. Interesting. Interesting. Might need another angle. We should cover patrons. I haven't given it a look over yet. I tend to like to figure things out on my own. And then be wrong, and then figure out I was wrong and go, oh, damn. I'm right every now and then, though. Every great once in a while. Bum, bum, bum. Boom, boom. Let me see here. I do want to see... My cat knows I'm a little past his feeding time, and he's going nutso mode over at my door. Gonna tinker with this. What I was saying earlier. Oh yeah, and by the way, Shashakins, I've mildly been tinkering. I haven't fully dove into D4 yet. I got a Thorn's Barb up to 94 or something like that. Probably go back and tinker. I mean, I only got to like the... Oh, I forget what they're called, but the Masterwork yellow material. So I haven't progressed too far yet. Usually the same, then you just get super confused on why you're wrong. It has some Mert formation things, but not Elminster because too much work with people falling off. Maybe I should do it. You think an emote of my second cat is worth it or not? And I gotta think about, like, because any new emote from now on is going to be locked behind the sub, which is unfortunate, but there's only 5 I can give to followers. You just notice there's columns that are kind of covered. Cat, yes. So any cat. Get both of my cats in here. He's a handsome boy, but he's a little turd. He's a little booger. There's never too many cats. Would be funny if you could hear him right now. He's just hollering. They have different personalities, so different emote use. You think water bottle nipple. I don't even know how I would showcase that without getting banned. Cat tier list. I mean, I would have to not rank my cats, right? My cats will always take precedence in my eyes. Right, I'm working on this. All are S tier, all cats. I've known some cats that were just not. I'm not gonna lie on that one. Let's see here. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Super late. Saturday is, of course, socializing night, so you must run away. You look forward to Tuesday. Yep, see you on Tuesday, Caius, for the battle of the century. Caius is leaving. You can change things now. Quick. Let's put Wyll in C tier. Quick. Yeah, and I keep forgetting to finish my thought here, but I would like to hear any recommendations, like even if we do something stupid, like tier list of Pop-Tarts, tier list of blah blah blah, just for fun, right? If there's anything like that you'd want to see just for stupidity and for the sake of, you know, doing content on stream, throw out any recommendations. I'll look into that remaster of Final Fantasy, or not remaster, but what is it, Renaissance, is that what it was, for Final Fantasy 1. But if we run through the Final Fantasies, I'll probably do the baseline games first. Ooh, Pop-Tarts. There's some cats that are F tier, specifically the ones you can't wash. Bro, none of my cats I've ever had throughout my entire life like being washed or brushed. Yeah, we'll probably do random Idle Champions ones, like just silly ones, and maybe like a speed one, but I think those will go by pretty quick, honestly. Yeah, like a speed tier list for Idle Champions would not be an all-day thing. Even though this stream is pushing pretty deep, 6 hours. Oh man, we're going deep today. Thank you for anyone who's still around. Wow. So yeah, normally I think the average stream time I gun for is 3.5 to 4 hours, but we've kind of persistently pushed beyond that. So expect anywhere from 3.5 to 5 hours for an average stream. Tank tier list in there, maybe not a healer one. Yeah, it would just be tanks anyway at that point. Best formation that only uses C- and under. I mean, if we're just looking for dumb fun, that could definitely work. I'm just kind of tinkering, seeing if there's anything different I would do with that formation they suggested. I mean, their formation is pretty solid, honestly. There is one different thing you could do that would technically get you more damage. Well, no, even then, no, never mind. Well, it might be. Not you, Strix, or nerds, I'm sure. It's just Final Fantasy Renaissance as it is the base game and has a classic mode if you don't want any of the new content. Okay. I think I already have it on Steam is the thing anyway. And it's easy to stream capture since it's got actual scaling aspect ratio settings. It'll look better than... I see. Just realize this is the AA Dirge one, not the Arty one.
No.
Oh, the spreadsheet. Yeah. It was what someone was specifically asking for was a Zerixis AA formation. And we leaned into then specifically Elminster. Which was this formation. But if you got the pick, yeah, I don't think I have all of them, but I do have at least the first few, I think. I don't recall. I got them, I played a few of them, and then I've put them off thinking, I'll get to them one day, and I've just never got back to them. But I want to. In reference to, let's see if I can pull it up on this. There we go. So this is what they're recommending for Zerixis. And I don't disagree necessarily for AA Elminster Zerixis. There's really only one thing you could do to get more damage out of it, I think, but you do sacrifice a tank in that scenario, so it's not necessarily recommended to do it. But I think it's a decent overall formation for AA Elminster. If you hadn't looked at it yet. Pixel Remaster for 2 is great. Fat early and get late game spells. Well, that's just cheese. That's funny, though. It is funny that they title it 4 here for the 4th spec and didn't try something else. I mean, I understand why. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, if you're not worried about tankage, you're just worried about damage, you could probably get a little more out of... I'd have to test it. It'd be really close either way. Still, good recommendation, because you'll probably want Gale being your 3rd tank up there anyway. Well, the thought is put Karlach in Gale's spot, and then swap Gale at the top with Astarion, because that way you could take the specialization with Gale to hit 3 slots, and that way Valentine and Dirge are receiving Gale's buff, but at the end of the day, that probably wouldn't work that well, because Astarion is getting Shadowheart's Duplicity, which is then on Valentine. So it's really, I would recommend this over that anyway. I would just have to test which one would give the slight edge one way or the other. But then you don't have a tank in the front, and I don't recommend that unless you are, late game pushing. Because having him as the 3rd tank is nice for an AA setup in Zerixis. Yeah, this Jang Sao has more options you could swap with, but she does have good numbers if you farmed her up a bit, so... Yeah. Absolute Adversaries is AA, the Baldur's Gate 3 team of Dark Urge, Karlach, Gale, Lae'zel, Shadowheart, Wyll, and Astarion. You were questioning Jang Sao yet? That's the thing. That's definitely replaceable, right? I mean, you could even fit, BBEG could go in there, I think. But that's not positional. But again, with Valentine, you're looking for positionals with Jang Sao. But at the same time, Yeah, because you are getting that socialited in this scenario, which is more important than BBEG, because if you have the 3 slot, it's gonna be on Dirge and Valentine, and will be socialited. You throw her in a gem farm team, would also farm up Jang. Oh, I see. Yeah, she would be collecting stars, yeah. It's gonna slow down your gem farm, if you decide to do that. I just keep her in a background farming by herself, is all I do. No, I mean, this is overall a good formation, absolutely. But alas, it has been over 6 hours. Probably gonna call it there. But yeah, so Tuesday, 11:30 PST. You want to do foul play? I'm gonna start. Best chance to push root slower. Oh, okay, that's right. I read that and I forgot about it. I'm sorry, lazy. Let's take a look here real quick. Right before we'll hit this up and then I'll head out. But keep in mind, next Tuesday, 11:30 PST, and the fight will begin. We're just going over the tier list, making any minor changes we might want to make, and we'll go from there. Let's see here. Patron, Elminster. So we're specifically looking for... You left for a whole day with a gem farm and forgot to turn on the Modron reset. Ooh. Tyredack. Hey! Jingsao, background farm is really big. It is. But she does slow down a gem farm if you're looking to farm gems. And again, if you're gem farming, she's seat 8, and that's Huban, so you're probably hurting yourself by doing that. Let's see. So we're looking at push, root, slow, or stun. Okay. That's not right. Let's go here. This'll work. Forgot she was in Hugh's spot, yeah. Deer attack. Huh? Is that the evil version of me? So let's see. Best champs, we're looking for push, root, slow, or stun. I mean, Gromma has a slow. Solok pushes back. Presto... His ultimate technically pushes back, right? Thalora pushes back with her main attack, doesn't she? This is gonna look funny because it's in a different scene, but... Or does she not? Oh no, the hoops don't go back. Mean Keb, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Let's see here. Nope, that's not right. Okay, so we're looking for... I mean, Crux also knocks back with his attack depending on specialization. Sergeant knocks his ultimate to stun, I believe. Gazrick slows... Or... Wait. Was it slow or only armor with Gazrick? Now I forget. But Egbert knocks back with his bombs. Tatiana... I believe her ultimate counts as a root. Maybe it doesn't. I'm questioning myself a lot now. Tingling roots appear, dealing damage to enemies within, reducing their damage, but does it hinder their movement? I don't think so, no. Yeah, Diana is a big one, actually. Which we were just going to hop to. Yeah, Nordom can, with a specialization choice. And Diana is just a permanent use of a knockback. Sentry with specialization. Sentry is not available for Elminster. So, yeah, you got it. Let's see. Yorvin's auto attack might be classified as stun. Oh, I'm on 11. Wow. Orphan leaps out to the nearest enemy, pinning it in place. That should count as either a snare or a stun. So maybe Yorvin. Diana's knockback is awesome, just on every attack plus she's speed. Yeah, no, she's really good for knocking back. You do need to be mindful of her positioning, though. That's about it. And then Dob has a knockback, and Penelope technically still knocks back. And slows anyway with her insects, so it doesn't matter. An ice cream truck. I haven't seen one of those in forever. So yeah, there's a lot of options yet there. There's probably someone I missed, but yeah, Grama, Diana, Penelope, Dob, Egbert, Crux, Solok. I don't know why I had it in my head that Thalora did with her hooves. I thought she knocked them back when she hit them. Anyway. So yeah, well, especially those who are still here. Thanks for sticking around. We pushed this one a little late, but it's the last seat. That's to be expected. We'll be back on Tuesday, 11:30. Yeah, gotta rest up. I'm not coughing as much as I expected. It's almost like I got it out during stream, but I am very sore and tired. Thank you for staying late. No, thank you guys for staying late. I'm just some dude talking into a mic. You guys are the ones who are sticking around, and that's important. I appreciate that. All right, yeah. So I'll see those of you who show back up on Tuesday, and that's what Lily thinks at least. Hopefully catch Tuesday over lunch. Hope so, because we're going to be duking it out. Or everyone's just going to agree and it'll be over very early. We'll see. But Tuesday it is. Until then, you guys have a hell of a time out there. Bye. Have a good day.